नमस्कार. आदरणीय पद्मविभूषण डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर सर यांचे इथे आगमन झालं आहे. सर आपलं आदरपूर्वक स्वागत. मुंबई विद्यापीठाचे कुलगुरू प्राध्यापक रवींद्र कुलकर्णी आणि प्रकुलगुरू प्राचार्य अजय भामरे हेही इथे उपस्थित आहेत. थोड्याच अवधीमध्ये आजच्या उद्घाटनाच्या कार्यक्रमाचे प्रमुख पाहुणे आपण बसू शकता सारेजण. महाराष्ट्र राज्याचे राज्यपाल आदरणीय रमेश बैसजी यांचे इथे आगमन होईल आणि बरोबर 11 वाजता आपण कार्यक्रमाला प्रारंभ करणार आहोत. नमस्कार, आप सब लोगों का मैं ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूँ आदरपूर्वक. When the program is on, your mobile phones should be on silent or vibrating modes. No one will be leaving their seats during the inaugural program. ज्या वेळेला आपले आदरणीय राज्यपाल महोदय या ऐतिहासिक दीक्षांत सभागृहामध्ये येतील त्यावेळेला आपण सगळे जागेवरच उभे राहून त्यांना उत्थापन देऊन त्यांच्या प्रति सन्मान व्यक्त करणार आहोत. आदरणीय राज्यपाल महोदय, आजच्या कार्यक्रमाचे बीजभाषक आदरणीय डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर सर, मुंबई विद्यापीठाचे कुलगुरू प्राध्यापक रवींद्र कुलकर्णी, प्रकुलगुरू प्राचार्य अजय भामरे आणि विज्ञान भारतीचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर शेखर मांडे हे व्यासपीठावरती येतील. ते व्यासपीठावरती उपस्थित झाल्यानंतर लगेचच आपल्या भारताचं राष्ट्रगीत आणि आपल्या महाराष्ट्र राज्याचं राज्यगीत पोलीस बँडवरती सादर केलं जाईल. पोलीस बँड इथून निर्गमन करेल आणि पोलीस बँडच्या निर्गमनाबरोबरच मुंबई विद्यापीठाचं वसंत बापट यांनी लिहिलेलं विद्यापीठ गीत सादर केलं जाईल आणि तत्पश्चात औपचारिक कार्यक्रमाला प्रारंभ होईल. I'd like to request everyone, when the official program is on, no one will be leaving their chairs for any reasons. We have to follow the protocol. So thank you very much for being over here. We have the delegates from all over the country, from various colleges. We have the presence of various faculty deans of the university, along with the head of the departments, various officials, the Senate, the Academic Council, the Management Council members, various principals or the representatives of the educational institutions of the state and the country, and the students. We are the representatives of the media also. So, पुन्हा एकदा आपल्याला आदरपूर्वक विनंती की आपण या सगळ्या गोष्टी सांगितलेल्या आहेत त्याचं अत्यंत कसोशीने पालन करूया. आणि मला खात्री आहे की आपल्या राज्याच्या शैक्षणिक विश्वाचे प्रमुख जेव्हा व्यासपीठावरती असतात त्यावेळेला आपण त्याचा आदर ठेवणारच आहोत. धन्यवाद. पुढच्या काही मिनिटांमध्ये आदरणीय राज्यपाल श्री रमेश बैस यांचं इथे आगमन होईल. A brief introduction about today's national seminar and exhibition. Vijnan Bharati and the Ministry of Culture have jointly planned a year-long celebration on the role of scientists and scientific institutions in India's freedom struggle on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th year of the Indian independence. The Indian struggle for independence was truly a struggle to defend and secure the identity of the nation. Invaders imposed their identity either by force or deceit, by obliterating the existing native scientific knowledge system of our nation, the great ancient nation. The Britishers, they used the science as a tool of ruling India, for ruling India. It is essential to understand the efforts made by our scientists to achieve freedom through science and scientific work much ahead of the colonial thought process. Jamshetji Tata, the unsung hero of India's freedom struggle, one of the modern India's greatest doers. Jamshetji Tata built everything from clean energy, glorious hotels, top-notch research institutions in a country fraught with colonialism. His deeds make an impact to this day. The reason being there are people who to this day follow his last wishes. If you cannot make it greater, at least preserve it. Do not let things slide. Go on doing my work and increasing it. But if you cannot, do not lose what we have already done. Join us, Vibha, that is Vijnan Bharati, and the University of Mumbai, as we remember Jamshetji Tata exactly 130 years after his memorable voyage with Swami Vivekananda. So today, the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, the Vijnan Bharati, and one of the oldest universities of this country, University of Mumbai, the then University of Bombay, celebrating the 75th year of Indian independence with a national seminar and exhibition on life of Jamshetji Tata, the unsung hero of India's freedom struggle, at this historical 157 years old Sir Kawji Jahangir Convocation Hall, University of Mumbai. Those who are present over here, I would like to brief memory about the campus of this University of Mumbai. इथे बाजूला मुंबई हायकोर्ट आहे आणि मुंबई हायकोर्टाच्या आजच्या जागी त्यावेळेला मुंबई विद्यापीठाचा शिलान्यास केला गेला होता. पण काळाच्या ओघामध्ये ती जागा बदलली आणि आज आपण जिथे आहोत तिथे हे मुंबई विद्यापीठ उभं आहे आणि त्या जागी आज मुंबई उच्च न्यायालय आहे. त्यावेळची शिला मुंबई उच्च न्यायालयाच्या त्या विशाल पाषाणी परिसरात कुठेतरी दबली गेलेली आहे, ती सापडत नाही आहे. पण एवढं नक्की की कागदावरती मात्र या मुंबई विद्यापीठाचा त्याचा जो शिलान्यास आहे तो इथून 100 मीटर दुरीवरती असलेल्या अंतरावरती असलेल्या उच्च न्यायालयाच्या जागी झाला होता. काळाच्या ओघात अनेक गोष्टी लपलेल्या आहेत. आणखीन एक गोष्ट तुम्हाला सांगायला आवडेल. एक त्यावेळेला नियम आणि कायदाच असा करून ठेवलेला होता की इन्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ सायन्सच्या पासून ते क्रॉफर्ड मार्केटपर्यंतच्या संपूर्ण भागामधल्या ज्या इमारती आहेत त्या इमारतींची बांधकामाची शैली ही एकसारखीच असायला पाहिजे. रॉबर्ट फ्रियर हे त्यावेळेचे गव्हर्नर होते. या सगळ्या भागाला आणि त्या इमारतींच्या बांधकामाला फ्रियर स्ट्रक्चर असं म्हटलं जातं. इतिहासामध्ये काही गोष्टी दडलेल्या आहेत. एक कधी कधी असं वाटतं बरं का, पण या तरुण मुलांच्या समोर सांगण्यातला एक औचित्याचा भाग असा आहे की 150 वर्षापासून मुंबईला बांधकाम करत असताना 250 वर्षापासून मुंबईला घडवत असताना ज्या इमारती उभ्या राहिल्या त्या इमारतींचं देखणेपण तुम्हाला इथे या कावजी जहांगीर दीक्षांत सभागृहामध्ये दिसतं. आणि पूर्णपणे बेलॉट पियरपासून ते क्रॉफर्ड मार्केटपर्यंतच्या सगळ्या भागामध्ये दिसतात. सगळ्या इमारती देखण्या आहेत. पण अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये ज्या इमारती उभ्या राहतात ना त्या सगळ्या इमारती ह्या सिमेंट विटा आणि काचांची बांधकामं आहेत. त्याच्यामध्ये व्यक्तिमत्व दिसत नाही. उद्या तुमच्यामधला एखादा विद्यार्थी एखादी विद्यार्थिनी नवीन आर्किटेक्चरची डिग्री घेईल आणि आता नवीन नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसी सन्माननीय पंतप्रधान आणि त्यांच्या पुढाकारांनी या देशामध्ये इथे इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी, ट्रान्सडिसिप्लिनरी, मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच घेतला जातोय, त्यावेळेला उद्याच्या देशाची संकल्पना करणारी माणसं आज ह्या ऐतिहासिक पार्श्वभूमीवरती एकत्र आलेली आहेत, ऐतिहासिक महापुरुषाची आठवण जागी करायला. आणि त्या दृष्टिकोनातून मी या तरुण पिढीला प्रेमपूर्वक विनंती करणार आहे, उद्या जर तुम्ही काही बांधकाम केलं, तुम्ही उद्याचे एंटरप्रेन्युअर असाल तर तुमच्या कंपन्या, तुमची ऑफिसेस, तुमची घरं याच्यामध्ये सौंदर्य दृष्टी द्या. अशी सौंदर्य दृष्टी द्या की उद्या 100 वर्षांनी, 150 वर्षांनी ज्यावेळेला तुम्ही बांधलेल्या घरांकडे, इमारतींकडे पुढची पिढी बघेल, त्यावेळेला म्हणेल आमच्या पूर्वजांनी काय बांधकाम करून ठेवलं होतं. जसं आपण आपल्या गुंफांच्याकडे जातो, त्या लेण्यांच्याकडे जातो, लेण्यांमधल्या चित्रांच्याकडे, अजिंठाच्या वेरूळच्या चित्रांकडे जाऊन बघा. जवळ घारापुरी आहे, घारापुरीला भेट द्या आणि बघा. तो आपला वारसा आहे. वराह मिहीर आपला वारसा आहे. आर्यभट्ट, भास्कर भट हे आपले वारसे आहेत. भास्कराचार्य हे वारसे आपण कुठेतरी विसरतो. आणि नवीन राष्ट्रीय शैक्षणिक धोरण 2020 जे आहे ते त्या वारशाकडे परत नेणारं आहे. आणि हा जो 75व्या वर्षाचा उपक्रम आपण सगळेजण मिळून साजरा करतो आहोत, त्याच्यामध्ये हाच तर उद्देश आहे. विसरलेल्या ऐतिहासिक वारसाला पुन्हा एकदा जपायचं आहे, जागं करायचं आहे. वर्तमान काळाने त्याच्या समवेत स्वतःला जोडून घ्यायचं आहे आणि नवीन अत्याधुनिक तंत्रज्ञान, विज्ञान यांच्या सहाय्याने उद्याच्या समग्र जगाला मार्गदर्शन करू शकणाऱ्या, विश्वगुरू ठरू शकणाऱ्या भारताची निर्मिती आपल्याला करायची आहे. My dear students, just try to understand the undercurrents of organizing such kind of seminars and exhibitions and putting the rightest examples in front of you. Your earlier generation is trying hard to make you stronger enough to carry the burdens of the future. तुमच्या भरभक्कम खांद्यावरती उद्याच्या देशाचा उशक्काल अवलंबून आहे आणि म्हणून आजच्या कार्यक्रमाचं आयोजन आहे. That's why we all are here. We'll begin as soon as Honorable Chancellor Sir and the Governor of this Maharashtra reaches here, and we'll begin the proceedings. Honorable Chancellor of all the universities of Maharashtra and the Governor of Maharashtra, Shri Ramesh Bhaiji, is reaching this historical convocation hall. I would like to request everyone to kindly rise at your own place. Jamshetji Tata एकदा म्हणाले होते, freedom without the strength to support it and if need be defend it would be a cruel delusion. सर्वांनी आपल्या जागेवर भारताच्या राष्ट्रगीताच्या सन्मानार्थ उभं राहायचं आहे आणि तत्पश्चात राज्यगीत आहे. आपल्या जागेवरती बसू शकता. जोपर्यंत पोलीस बँड इथून निर्गमन करतो आहे तोपर्यंत आपण सगळ्यांनी आपल्या मनामध्ये आठव ठेवायला हवा, तो म्हणजे आज आपण स्वातंत्र्याची 75 वर्ष साजरी करतो आहोत और इसलिए बलिदान देने वाले हमारे फ्रीडम फाइटर्स जो है उनको हम हमारे मन में याद रखते हैं. और इस उपरांत इस देश के सबसे पुराने 3 विश्वविद्यालयों में से एक हमारा मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय, इस मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय का विद्यापीठ गीत हम अब आपके सामने प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं. विद्यापीठ गीत प्लीज.
सुंदरम मंदिरम शारदाया मुंबापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम्. इदं सुंदरम मंदिरम शारदाया मुंबापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम्. कलाशास्त्र वाणिज्य शाखा विरूढा अमूढा विमुक्ता विहंगा वयम्. शृण्वन्तु सर्वे
यह था हमारे मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय का विद्यापीठ गीत, जिसे लिखा था वसंत बापट जी ने और प्रभाकर पंडित जी ने इसका संगीत संयोजन किया था। प्रणाम, मैं डॉक्टर नितिन नारेकर आज इस समारोह में आप सभी महानुभावों का विनम्रता से स्वागत करता हूँ। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में और मार्गदर्शन में हमारा प्रियतम भारत देश आज आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव हर्षोल्लास से मना रहा है। कई सारे कार्यक्रमों के आधार से यह महोत्सव हमें आज़ादी के संघर्ष की, आज़ादी पश्चात देश ने जो मकाम अभी तक हासिल किया है उस मकाम की और उसके प्रयास की, और भविष्य में हम विश्व गुरु के तौर पर अपनी पहचान बनाने के लिए लक्ष्य की जिम्मेदारियों का जो एहसास उठाने जा रहे हैं उसको याद दिलाने की है। इन्हीं कार्यक्रमों के श्रृंखला में उत्साह से सहयोग दिया है विज्ञान भारती ने और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर ने, और उनके सहयोग में आज मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय शामिल हो रहा है। The national seminar and exhibition on the life of Jamshetji Tata, unsung hero of India's freedom struggle, and the inaugural program. On behalf of all of us present over here and the educational fraternity of this state, I'd like to request the Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai, Professor Ravindra Kulkarni, to kindly welcome the father of this education fraternity of this state, Sammaniya Kuladhipati Ramesh Bhai ji. साढ़े 700 किलोमीटर का समुद्र किनारा, सागरी किनारा, 900 से अधिक एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, डिपार्टमेंट्स और 7 लाख से ज़्यादा एग्ज़ाम में बैठने वाले हमारे परीक्षार्थियों की ओर से ये स्वागत है। और स्वागत है हिंदुस्तान के भविष्य वाली, जिनका भविष्य बहुत उज्ज्वल है, ऐसी पीढ़ी से। थैंक यू वेरी मच। अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सम्मानीय डॉक्टर शेखर मांडे, नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ विज्ञान भारती, टू काइंडली वेलकम एंड फेलिसिटेट पद्म भूषण डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी। तरुणांच्या समोर जो आदर्श असायला पाहिजे संशोधनाचा, तो आदर्श म्हणजे डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर। सर्वसामान्य परिस्थितीमधून या देशाच्या आण्विक ऊर्जेला आणि एकूणच विज्ञानाच्या प्रगतीला मार्गदर्शन आणि मार्ग सरांनी आपल्या प्रयत्नांनी दाखवलेला आहे। 2 छान पुस्तकं, पुष्पगुच्छ आणि ज्ञानाचं प्रतीक असलेला हा मुंबई विद्यापीठाचा राजाबेट टॉवर, त्याची प्रतिमा आपण या 2 सन्माननीय अतिथींना प्रदान केलेली आहे। अब मैं आदरणीय राज्यपाल महोदय से और महाराष्ट्र के सभी विश्वविद्यालयों के कुलाधिपति जी से विनती करूंगा कि आप विद्यार्थी विज्ञान मंथन एग्जामिनेशन के ब्रोशर को रिलीज करें। द विद्यार्थी विज्ञान मंथन एग्जामिनेशन will be conducted by Vigyan Bharati in association with partnership of NCERT. It's a talent hunt of the coming generation. और इसकी एक खासियत है, यह सिर्फ इंग्लिश में या हिंदी में नहीं होने वाली है एग्जामिनेशन, इस देश की हर एक भाषा में यह एग्जामिनेशन ली जाएगी और ये पूरी तरह से ऑनलाइन एग्जामिनेशन है। So here Honorable Chancellor Sir and the Governor of Maharashtra is releasing the brochure of Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan examination. Thank you very much, and this is a true beginning of implementation of the National Education Policy 2020, and this is the time where I would like to request our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Ravindra Kulkarni sir, to give his welcome address. Sir, please.
Honorable Chancellor Sir and Honorable Governor of Maharashtra State, Sri Rameshji Bais, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar, former Director General of CSR Dr. Shekhar Mande, Pro Vice Chancellor Principal Ajay Bhamre, all the dignitaries present in the August gathering, the Management Council, the Senate, the Academic Council, and different members of Board of Studies. My dear students, let me extend a hearty and sincere welcome to Honorable Chancellor Sir, Sri Rameshji Bais. आपका हमेशा हमें मार्गदर्शन रहता है. आपके उपलब्धि के कारण ये प्रोग्राम की शान बढ़ गई है, इसलिए मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूँ. डॉक्टर शेखर जी मांडे and Dr. Anil Kakodkar sir, both have given their kind consent for organization of this Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav program. This program is organized in collaboration with Vigyan Bharati. University of Mumbai, which has 166 years of legacy, has organized multiple programs on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav. To begin with, we had organized one program, जनजातियों के नायकों का स्वतंत्रता में योगदान. ये प्रोग्राम हमने ऑर्गेनाइज किया था, जिसमें ट्राइबल कम्युनिटीज़ के अलग अलग नायकों ने जो फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल में जो योगदान दिया है उसके ऊपर एक वन डे सेमिनार किया था. इन कंटिन्यूएशन ऑफ दैट सीरीज वी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड अनदर प्रोग्राम so as to celebrate the work of unsung heroes of scientists during the era of 1930 and 1940, who contributed a lot in the form of their scientific research work in support of freedom struggle of our Bharat. And in continuation of that, this particular program was well designed by the then late Jayantrao Sahasrabuddhe. Let me extend a complete dedication in the memory of Jayantrao, who designed this program. This was the program which was designed by him, and unfortunately he is not with us today. But say the program, I sincerely on behalf of University of Mumbai, मैं उनके स्मृति को इसी समय मेरी आदरांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ. उन्हीं के कारण ये हमने प्रोग्राम प्लान किया था और पूरा कंसेप्ट उन्हीं का था, और उन्हीं के मार्गदर्शन पे हमने फिर रतन जी टाटा को हमने ऑनरेबल रतन जी टाटा को हमने अप्रोच किया, and he has agreed to give his message. He could not join the program because of its health, but he has agreed to provide the message which will be read during the program. And let me extend sincere thanks to Vigyan Bharati, who has organized a well-planned program. There will be 2 panel discussions in the afternoon, and then there will be a prize distribution ceremony, come valedictory function, wherein we will distribute prizes to the all winning candidates who have participated in quiz time and other programs. So again, मैं Honorable Chancellor and Governor of Maharashtra State को welcome करता हूँ. Dr. Anil Kakodkar sir को welcome करता हूँ, who has agreed immediately to offer his keynote address. And शेखर जी मांडे अपने विज्ञान भारती की ओर से यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मुंबई के साथ ये प्रोग्राम करने की आपने मंजूरी दी, इसका भी इसलिए आपका भी मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद. और let me again extend sincere welcome to all of you who has gathered with a very short notice for in the celebration of this Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav, Jamshetji Tata, the unsung hero of freedom struggle. Thanks to all.
सर आपल्याला आदरपूर्वक धन्यवाद. विज्ञान भारती or Vigyan Bharati is a movement for Swadeshi sciences with Swadeshi spirit, which was established on 21st October 1991 and now led by eminent scientists for the total development of the nation. VIBHA Vigyan Bharati is known as Viva, conducts its activities through 32 independent state units functioning across the country with more than 20,000 active members. Viva has initiated and established 8 entities working in Bharat, 2 international entities and 8 national and international programs. Along with that, Viva also publishes one magazine with the name Science India and a research journal named as Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. या सर्वाचं नेतृत्व करणारे विभाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष सन्माननीय शेखर मांडे यांना मैं विनंती करना है कि आप हमें संबोधित करें, और जब आप हमें संबोधित कर रहे हैं हम आपको रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि रतन जी टाटा जी ने आज के इस सम्मान में इस प्रोग्राम के अनुरोध पे एक मैसेज दिया है, उस मैसेज भी आप तक पहुंचाए।
मंचासीन महाराष्ट्र राज्य के राज्यपाल श्री रमेश जी बैस जी, डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी, मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय के कुलगुरु प्राध्यापक रविंद्र कुलकर्णी जी, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, विद्यार्थीगण, बंधु और भगिनी, सर्वप्रथम विज्ञान भारती की ओर से और मैं अपनी निजी ओर से आप सभी का इस कार्यक्रम में हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ। हमारे देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने करीबन 1.5 साल पहले की बात है, एक बैठक हुई थी अहमदाबाद में, जहाँ सभी राज्यों के विज्ञान और तंत्रज्ञान के विभाग के मंत्री और सचिव उपस्थित थे। वहाँ पर एक आह्वान किया था कि क्यों ना हम लोग स्वतंत्रता में जिन जिन वैज्ञानिकों ने अपना भाग लिया था उनकी भी लाइफ को हम लोग सेलिब्रेट करें। और यही विचार हमारे विज्ञान भारती के संगठन मंत्री जयंत जी सहस्रबुद्धे, जो आज हमारे बीच नहीं है, उनकी भी संकल्पना यही थी कि स्वतंत्रता के संग्राम में वैज्ञानिकों की एक बहुत अहम भूमिका रही है, और हम क्यों न हमारे देश के सामने में इन सभी वैज्ञानिकों का एक साल जैसे सेलिब्रेट करें, जिससे कि हम आप सभी के सामने में इन वैज्ञानिकों का चरित्र और उनका काम हमारे समाज के सामने में प्रस्तुत कर पाएँ। और इसी भावना से हम लोगों ने तय किया था कि 22 वैज्ञानिकों का हम एक जैसे उनका आयु और उनका काम हम लोग सेलिब्रेट करें। और इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत गत वर्ष 2 अगस्त को दिल्ली में एक हम लोगों ने बैठक की थी, जिसमें आचार्य प्रफुल्ल चंद्र रे इनके काम के बारे में सब लोगों को उनके सामने में हम ले आए थे। शायद आप सब लोगों को पता हो कि आचार्य प्रफुल्ल चंद्र रे जी ने भारत की पहली रासायनिक एक इंडस्ट्री शुरू की थी, जिसे बंगाल केमिकल्स एंड फार्मास्यूटिकल्स कहा करते थे। और सिर्फ यही नहीं, तो आचार्य प्रफुल्ल चंद्र जी ने रसायन शास्त्र में एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान भी किया था। और इसके अलावा आचार्य प्रफुल्ल चंद्र रे जी ने भारत का इतिहास, मुख्यतः रसायन शास्त्र का इतिहास, एक किताब के रूप में प्रकाशित किया था, जो 18वीं सदी तक रसायन शास्त्र में भारत में क्या क्या प्रगति हुई है इसके बारे में उन्होंने प्रस्तुति की थी। हम लोगों ने सोचा कि सिर्फ वैज्ञानिक ही नहीं, लेकिन कई ऐसी महान व्यक्तियां हैं जिन्होंने स्वतंत्र संग्राम में वैज्ञानिकों का बहुत बड़े स्तर पर उनका साथ दिया और विज्ञान को आगे बढ़ाने में एक हमें बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा दी। सर्वप्रथम अग्रसर नाम इसमें पंडित मदन मोहन वालिया जी का आता है, जिन्होंने बहुत बड़े स्तर पर अपने ओर से वैज्ञानिकों को एक प्रोत्साहन जैसा दिया था। और उसी तरह स्वामी विवेकानंद जी और जमशेदजी टाटा, इनका भी नाम उभर कर आता है, जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता के संग्राम में एक बहुत ही स्वदेशी भावना से हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को प्रोत्साहन दिया और हमें प्रेरणा दी, जिससे हम आज यहाँ पर है। आप सबको पता हो कि 1893 में जब स्वामी विवेकानंद जी और जमशेदजी टाटा, उनका सफ़र हो रहा था जापान से कनाडा, और वो जब एक जहाज़ पर एक साथ थे, उस वक्त स्वामी जी ने जमशेदजी टाटा से एक आह्वान किया, क्यों ना आप एक उच्चतर शिक्षा के लिए हमारे देश में एक संस्था का स्थापन करे। और शायद आपको पता हो कि 1907 में इसी से एक भारतीय विज्ञान संस्थान, जिसे हम लोग इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस बंगलोर कहते हैं, उसकी शुरुआत हुई थी। जमशेदजी टाटा, उनका साथ और उनकी प्रेरणा वैज्ञानिकों के साथ लगातार रही है। वो न सिर्फ एक बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट थे, बल्कि देश के भावना में, स्वदेशी भावना में कि किस तरह हम लोग सभी लोगों को प्रोत्साहन दें, वैज्ञानिकों को लेकर, ये जमशेदजी टाटा का एक बहुत बड़ा कार्य रहा है और उनकी प्रेरणा हमारे साथ लगातार रही है। अब मेरे लिए एक बहुत हर्ष की बात है कि श्री रतन जी टाटा ने एक संदेश भेजा है आज के कार्यक्रम के बारे में, उसे मैं आपके सामने में पढ़ना चाहूँगा। सर, आपकी आज्ञा हो। Quote unquote, Jamshetji Tata held the view that India could be made to be self-reliant and that its economy need not continue needlessly to be dependent on Great Britain. Jamshetji therefore undertook to spearhead and establish solid foundation of enterprises such as steel, textiles, hydropower, and hotels. As Jamshetji Tata's dreams became national foundations of a new industrial base for India, Jamshetji also chose to support India's independence by supporting India's freedom movement. I take this opportunity to convey my best wishes for the success of the Unsung Heroes of Freedom Struggle seminar series under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav organized by University of Mumbai and Vigyan Bharati. Many thanks and best wishes, unquote. आप सभी का इस कार्यक्रम में पुनः हार्दिक स्वागत है। नमस्कार, जय हिंद।
रतनजी टाटा यांनी पाठवलेल्या संदेशामुळे ज्या जमशेदजी टाटांचं स्मरण करण्यासाठी आपण इथे सारेजण जमलेलो आहोत, त्या टाटा परिवाराची उपस्थिती आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समवेत आहे हे नक्की झालं। यानंतर आपण बीजभाषणाकडे पुढे जाणार आहोत। बीजभाषण देणार आहेत ज्यांना कोणत्याही प्रकारच्या ओळखीची गरजच नाही, डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर, भारतीय अणुऊर्जेच्या स्वदेशी तंत्रज्ञानाचे जनक, ध्रुव रिॲक्टरमध्ये संपूर्णपणे नवीन आणि उच्च तंत्रज्ञान वापरून भर घालणारे आणि 1974 आणि 1998च्या अणुचाचणी समूहाचे सदस्य, महाराष्ट्रभूषण डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर।
नमस्कार। महाराष्ट्र के राज्यपाल और महाराष्ट्र की सभी विद्यापीठों के कुलपति माननीय श्री रमेश जी बैस, मुंबई विद्यापीठ के कुलगुरु डॉक्टर आर.डी. कुलकर्णी, मेरे मित्र, काउंसिल फॉर साइंटिफिक एंड इंडस्ट्रियल रिसर्च के पूर्व डायरेक्टर जनरल और विज्ञान भारती के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर शेखर मांडे, विद्यापीठ के कुलगुरु प्रिंसिपल डॉक्टर अजय भामरे, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव और विद्यार्थी मित्रों, आज हम यहाँ उपस्थित हैं श्री जमशेदजी टाटा को सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए। जैसे मैं आया और यहाँ पे देखा कि उनके नाम के आगे लिखा है अनसंग हीरो, और मुझे थोड़ा अटपटा लगा। अगर जमशेदजी टाटा अनसंग हीरो हैं तो इसमें निश्चय ही हमारी कुछ कमी है। उनकी ख्याति पूरे देश में, पूरे विश्व में फैली हुई है। द लेगेसी ऑफ हाउस ऑफ टाटास is there for all of us to know, feel and understand. That legacy has turned the clock back. East India Company came to India. Behind East India Company came the British Raj, and we were ruled by the British. But it is this house of Tatas that created conditions where only a few years ago, if you ask in Great Britain who is the biggest employer, it was Mr. Ratan Tata. In terms of the largest producer of steel, of course there were other people, but making an impact, and that I think, I'm sure all of you are also aware that that legacy, that influence not only made Tata's the largest employer in Britain, but also the East India Company, which came and made India subservient, was actually picked up, and ownership was picked up by an Indian, not Tata's, but it was an Indian. And so the clock has turned, and that is the legacy. So what more you want in terms of singing the legacy, celebrating Mr. Jamshetji Tata, and we are all obviously very proud of all that he has done, all that he has achieved. And I think on a day like this, it's only appropriate to, I don't intend to recount the history, because I'm sure all of you are aware of it. But I certainly want to point out some of the lessons from that history. Let me begin with the famous conversation between Swami Vivekananda and Jamshetji Tata, which was alluded to. I think at the root of that conversation, obviously these two great people, and then there are many others who joined that conversation as things went on. But they did recognize the importance of scientific research, and if my understanding was right, in their concept, there was something very holistic about it. It was not just scientific research, but also higher learning in areas like humanities, in areas like culture, and all that along with scientific research. That was the concept which they were discussing, which led to emergence of Indian Institute of Science later on. Now that was the time when industrial era was in progress with great momentum. Before that, business meant trading. And when you indulge in trading, and there are many success stories, many transitions from a poor family to one of the richest families, and so on and so forth, which people have realized through trading. But the fact is, when you indulge in trading, your mindset is purely that of a transaction. I buy something, I sell something, earn some commission. And of course, if you earn larger commission, if you earn larger profit, you are doing good in trading. I think it was Jamshetji Tata, and of course there were other contemporary people there, who created this transition in India, where the business moved from trading to entrepreneurship. Create something new, do some value-added products. And of course, making steel is a huge effort in terms of value addition. And keeping an ambition that we will make in India steel of the same quality or better quality than what Britishers have been making. And they were quite famous for that technology at that time. Is no mean ambition, no mean objective, small objective to pursue. But Jamshetji Tata had the vision and the courage to indulge in this kind of entrepreneurship in a situation when India was not independent. The rulers of the time wouldn't take such enterprises very kindly. So on one side, they created this huge industrial house, and on the other side, he created one of the foremost research institution, I would say the foremost research institution in the country, the Indian Institute of Science. And he did realize, and I think if you, the conversation between Swami Vivekananda and Jamshetji Tata, if I have read things right, has been essentially on this transition between a trader mindset to an entrepreneur mindset. And I dare say that in terms of values, in terms of joy of creation, an entrepreneur's mindset, it sits several levels above a trader mindset. And it of course contributes to the wealth of the country, economic progress of the country, but it also helps in creating a better society compared to what society one would have if the business is dominated purely by trader. I'm not saying that there are no values in trading, but by very nature of these two activities, a transactional mindset and a mindset where you create some new values, creates something new, in terms of the ethics, in terms of the higher values in the society, there's bound to be this difference. So to me, that conversation was not just about doing science. To me, that conversation was not just about creating enterprise to boost economy, but to me, that conversation was about creating a far better society than it existed in that time. And I think certainly to my mind, Jamshetji Tata has been unsung, because I think we all respect, there is that feeling of awe with what he has done. But I think we should recognize, sitting in this convocation hall of Mumbai University, we must recognize the fundamental thought behind that conversation in terms of preparing an evolved society. We are celebrating this program as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And we are soon looking forward to India's centenary. And we all have ambition. We want to see India as a leading country in the world. We have a huge legacy, the quote-unquote Vishwa Guru. We can, in terms of humanity, in terms of making humanity move in the right direction, sometimes I feel we call all this discussion, all this discourse among people, among humans. But the way it goes on, it seems to be more a signature of a jungle raj rather than based on human values. And it is this transition that has got to be realized. And I think we can realize that transition if we realize the changing times. Jamshetji Tata realized that his time was the industrial era, and he acted himself, created institutions which are consistent with deriving the maximum benefit of industrial era and minimizing its bad effect. Everything has bad effects. We know how the industrialization has created a lot of turmoil. Bombay is a classic example, the mill area of Bombay. But contrast that with Jamshedpur. And that's a society created by the House of Tatas. And it's an excellent example of how governance should be, whether in terms of management of the city of Jamshedpur, management of the organization. So he did in his time, which was the industrial era. I think if you want to celebrate Jamshetji Tata, we need to recognize that today we are in knowledge era. And so we should think about pursuing the thought process of Jamshetji Tata, but in the context of knowledge era. Leveraging the opportunities of knowledge era, can we bridge the divide? There is a huge divide, the urban-rural divide, the rich people. Economy is growing, but disparity is also growing. Knowledge technologies are known to be supportive of democratic processes, decentralized activities. So can we move forward in a manner where our economy grows much faster, but at the same time we eliminate disparities? I think it is possible. And I think if we want to carry the legacy of Jamshetji Tata forward, in my view, we should think somewhere along those lines. We want to see India to be a leading country. A leading country is characterized by your ability to impact the world at large. You can impact the world at large through your thoughts which impact others. You can impact the world at large through your strength, and that means technology, whether it is military strength or it is economic strength. And that technology should be such that it is ahead of anybody else. Today it looks to me that way we are organized, we probably are at best the very good followers. Whatever is happening in the world, we also tend to do that. Sooner or later we achieve that, which is important. But would we be the leading country in the world if we pursue that path? Obviously not. If you copy others, you can at best be number 2, a very good number 2, but you can't be number 1. You want to pursue the legacy of Jamshetji Tata, you must find ways where you would be number one. You want to be number one, you should be able to create technologies, new technologies ahead of others. And new technology domain today is, they are all research intensive industries. The industries where the maximum wealth is getting created. You would find today some of the best research happens in industries. Of course, it happens in universities as well. So gone are the days when you talk about industry, we talk about efficiency, work efficiency, work ethics and things. All those are important. But now we are talking about creating a wealth where per capita wealth generation is about the highest. See, India is a large country, largest populations. Our economy will grow. No big deal in my view. It will be important when per capita income of Indians is comparable with the best per capita income that exists anywhere else in the world. And that is what we need to achieve. That is what is an opportunity in the knowledge era, and that is what legacy of Sri Jamshetji Tata could guide us to achieve. And I would imagine that today when we are celebrating the unsung hero, I think he is a very well-sung hero. And if, as I said, if you're not done a lot of singing about him, I think we have to blame ourselves. So let's correct and encash the teachings or the experience that Sri Jamshetji Tata has given and take India forward. Thank you very much.
सर, हम आपके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। आपने नए जनरेशन के सामने टाटा जी का जो इस देश को योगदान था उसके बारे में अपना जो मत था वो प्रकट किया। एंड दिस इज द टाइम टू लिसन टू द चांसलर ऑफ ऑल द यूनिवर्सिटीज ऑफ स्टेट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र एंड द गवर्नर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, श्री रमेश बैस जी। आप सबकी ओर से मैं आदरपूर्वक हमारे आदरणीय रमेश बैस जी को अनुरोध करता हूं कि आप हमें मार्गदर्शन करें।
आज के कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित पद्म विभूषण डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी, पूर्व अध्यक्ष परमाणु ऊर्जा आयोग और पूर्व निर्देशक BARC, डॉक्टर शेखर मांडे जी, अध्यक्ष विज्ञान भारती, डॉक्टर रविंद्र कुलकर्णी, वाइस चांसलर मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय, डॉक्टर अजय भामरे, प्रो वाइस चांसलर मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय, इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, संकाय के सदस्य, छात्र, आप सभी को नमस्कार। इससे पहले कि मैं स्वर्गीय श्री जमशेदजी टाटा और उनके योगदान के बारे में बात करूं, मैं विज्ञान भारती के राष्ट्रीय संगठन सचिव स्वर्गीय जयंत सहस्त्रबुद्धे को अपनी भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। हाल ही में उनका निधन हो गया। स्वर्गीय जयंत सहस्त्रबुद्धे ने राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर स्वदेशी विज्ञान को बढ़ावा देने के लिए अपना जीवन समर्पित कर दिया। देवियों और सज्जनों, यह हमारा सौभाग्य है कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ख्याति प्राप्त परमाणु भौतिक वैज्ञानिक डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी हमारे बीच उपस्थित है। हमें इस बात की भी खुशी है कि CSIR के पूर्व निर्देशक एवं विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी के लिए शांति स्वरूप भटनागर पुरस्कार प्राप्तकर्ता डॉक्टर शेखर मांडे जी विज्ञान भारती के अध्यक्ष के रूप में हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं। मैं भारत सरकार के संस्कृति मंत्रालय उनके सहयोग से भारत के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के गुमनाम नायक श्रृंखला के आज के आयोजन जमशेदजी नसरवान जी टाटा, भारत के आधुनिक विज्ञान के अगुवा, पर इस राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी और प्रदर्शनी के आयोजन के लिए मैं मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय और विज्ञान भारती को बधाई देता हूं। मुझे यह जानकर खुशी हुई कि विज्ञान भारती ने स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में भारतीय वैज्ञानिक समुदाय के योगदान पर ऐसे कार्यक्रमों की एक श्रृंखला आयोजित की है। हम आमतौर पर आज़ादी को राजनीति और आर्थिक नज़रिए से देखते हैं, लेकिन आज़ादी एक बहुआयामी परिणाम है। हमारे स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों में कवि, शिक्षक, किसान, मजदूर, आदिवासी, कलाकार, व्यापारी और यहाँ तक कि वैज्ञानिक भी थे। बंकिम चंद्र के वंदे मातरम में पूरे देश को आज़ादी की लड़ाई में एकजुट करने की ताकत थी। स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के 76 साल बाद अब समय आ गया है कि हम जीवन के सभी क्षेत्रों के अपने स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को याद करें, जिनके योगदान को शायद ही कभी स्वीकार किया गया हो। राजभवन के अपने हालिया दौरे के दौरान भारत की माननीय राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने कहा था कि 1857 से पहले भी देश में विभिन्न स्थानों पर स्वतंत्रता संग्राम हुए थे, जिन्हें उजागर करने की आवश्यकता है। उन्होंने स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के विभिन्न आदिवासी क्रांतिकारियों के योगदान को भी सामने लाने की आवश्यकता जताई थी। आज भले ही बहुत देर से हम स्वर्गीय जमशेदजी टाटा के जीवन, कार्य और राष्ट्र के प्रति उत्थान और विकास में उनके विविध योगदान को याद कर रहे हैं। भारत के अधिकांश लोग स्वर्गीय जमशेदजी टाटा को भारत के अब तक के सबसे बड़े औद्योगिक घराने टाटा समूह के संस्थापक के रूप में जानते हैं। हालांकि जमशेदजी टाटा उससे कहीं अधिक थे। वह सच्चे दूरदर्शी थे। उनका मानना था कि भारत की प्रगति की कुंजी औद्योगिक विकास को बढ़ावा देने के साथ शिक्षा के माध्यम से युवाओं को सशक्त बनाने में निहित है। औद्योगिकरण के क्षेत्र में उनकी उपलब्धियों ने न केवल हमारे देश के आर्थिक परिदृश्य को बदल दिया, बल्कि अनगिनत उद्यमियों को बड़े सपने देखने और उन्हें साकार करने की दिशा में साहसिक कदम उठाने के लिए प्रेरित किया। उनका मानना था स्वतंत्रता के लिए पहले भारत की औद्योगिक आत्मनिर्भरता सुनिश्चित करनी होगी। इस प्रकार वह आत्मनिर्भर भारत के शुरुआती समर्थकों में से एक थे। उन्होंने भारत का पहला लोहा और इस्पात उद्योग टिस्को जमशेदपुर में स्थापित किया। हम सभी जानते हैं कि उन्होंने मुंबई में होटल ताज की स्थापना की। उनके प्रयासों से स्थापित इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस बेंगलोर विज्ञान प्रौद्योगिकी शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में उनके योगदान की मिसाल है। आज 2023 वर्ष में भी भारतीय विज्ञान संस्थान को भारत के शीर्ष 3 उच्च शिक्षण संस्थानों में स्थान दिया गया है। भारतीय सभ्यता में विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी की एक मजबूत परंपरा रही है। आधुनिक आविष्कारों के सदियों पहले से ही भारत विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी के क्षेत्र में सक्रिय योगदान दे रहा था। गणित और चिकित्सा, धर्म कर्म, धातु कर्म और खनन, कैलकुलस और टेक्सटाइल, वास्तुकला और खगोल विज्ञान, मानव विज्ञान और उन्नति में भारतीय सभ्यता का योगदान समृद्ध व विविध रहा है। महानतम भारतीय गणितज्ञ और खगोल शास्त्री भास्कराचार्य ने बीजगणित, कैलकुलस में दशमलव प्रणाली में कुछ महानतम ग्रंथ लिखे। दुर्भाग्य से विदेशी आधिपत्य के लंबे दौर में हमने आत्मविश्वास खो दिया, हीन भावना से भर गए। एक समय आया जब विज्ञान, कला और प्रौद्योगिकी में हमारी उपलब्धियों को संदेह की दृष्टि से देखा जाने लगा, लेकिन आज परिदृश्य बदल रहा है। मेरा मानना है कि हम विज्ञान, प्रौद्योगिकी और नवाचार की शक्ति के माध्यम से ही गरीबी, भूखमरी, बीमारी, स्वच्छता, कुपोषण, जलवायु परिवर्तन, जल और ऊर्जा असुरक्षा जैसी अपनी चुनौतियों का समाधान कर सकते हैं। देश में विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी शिक्षा के मानकों के विषय पर मैं चिंतित होता हूँ। हमारे पास बहुत बड़ी संख्या में समान निम्न स्तर के विज्ञान संस्थान हैं। इनके बीच में उत्कृष्टता के कुछ द्वीप हैं। लगभग 75 वर्षों तक हम एक ऐसी शिक्षा प्रणाली पर निर्भर रहे जो हमारे औपनिवेशिक आकाओं के हितों की पूर्ति के लिए बनाई गई थी। यह शिक्षा प्रणाली हमें कहीं नहीं ले जा सकती थी। यह शिक्षा सिर्फ भारतीयों के लिए, सिर्फ नौकरी के लिए ही थी। यह एक तथ्य है कि हमारे अधिकांश स्नातक लिपिक जैसी नौकरियों और डेस्क जॉब जैसी की इच्छा रखते थे। शिक्षा प्रणाली से नवीनता की भावना गायब हो गई। अनुसंधान और स्वतंत्रता सोच की भावना खत्म हो गई। उद्यम और साहस की भावना को हतोत्साहित किया गया। आज हम सबसे गतिशील राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 को अपनाने और इसके कार्यान्वयन में शुरुआत के साथ हम शिक्षा के प्रति एक नया दृष्टिकोण अपना रहे हैं। भारत अब सबसे ऐतिहासिक मोड़ पर खड़ा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की कल्पना के अनुसार दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की हमारी यात्रा काफ़ी हद तक इस बात पर निर्भर करती है कि हम अर्थव्यवस्था के सभी 3 मुख्य क्षेत्रों अर्थात सेवा क्षेत्र, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और कृषि को कैसे बढ़ावा देते हैं। यह 3 क्षेत्र शिक्षा, अनुसंधान, नवाचार और उद्यम की भावना से महत्वपूर्ण इनपुट पर निर्भर करते हैं। भारत दुनिया में सबसे अधिक आबादी वाला देश बनकर उभरा है। हमें विश्व में सर्वाधिक युवा राष्ट्र के रूप में भी जाना जाता है। इसके साथ अवसर भी है और खतरे भी हैं। दुनिया के कई उम्रदराज देशों को कुशल जनशक्ति की बढ़ती जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए भारत से बड़ी उम्मीदें हैं। वह भारत के लिए एक अवसर है। हम अपने युवाओं को उत्पादक मानव संसाधनों बदलकर इस अवसर का लाभ उठा सकते हैं। मैं पार्लियामेंट में जब था तो मैंने एक भाषण में मैंने कहा था कि पहले चाइना जनसंख्या में आगे था, लेकिन अब भारत आगे हो गया है। और चाइना इतनी जनसंख्या होते हुए भी आर्थिक दृष्टिकोण से कैसे आगे बढ़ा, उस समय मैंने कहा था चाइना काफ़ी सोचकर अपने पॉपुलेशन को उन्होंने एसेट्स में बदला, लेकिन हमारा देश इस पॉपुलेशन को हम एसेट्स में नहीं बदल पाए। इसीलिए ये स्थिति आज भारत की थी, लेकिन आज वो दृश्य बदल रहा है कि हमारे नौजवान भी हमारे एसेट्स बनेंगे और देश आगे बढ़ेगा। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और मशीन लर्निंग में उद्भव की पृष्ठभूमि में संपूर्ण शिक्षा प्रणाली में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन आना है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के आने वाले युग में सीखना आजीवन और निरंतर रखना होगा। हमें आगे बने रहने के लिए अपने लोगों को स्किल, री स्किल और अप स्किल बनाना होगा। मैंने पढ़ा है कि मैकिन्से एंड कंपनी का अनुमान है कि मशीन लर्निंग से 2030 तक 40 से 80 करोड़ नौकरियों को विस्थापित कर देगा, जिससे 36.5 करोड़ लोगों को पूरी तरह से नौकरी की श्रेणियां बदलने की आवश्यकता होगी। एक से अधिक कौशल सीखने से भारतीयों को एआई और मशीन लर्निंग से उत्पन्न खतरों से बचने में मदद मिलेगी। एक दौर था जब 90% अमेरिकी खेती पर निर्भर थे। औद्योगिक क्रांति के कारण व्यापक परिवर्तन हुआ और आज केवल 2% अमेरिकी कृषि पर निर्भर है। प्राथमिक शिक्षा की बड़े पैमाने पर शुरुआत के साथ इस परिवर्तन को प्रतिबंधित किया गया। अब तक पढ़ना, लिखना और अंकगणित के ये महत्वपूर्ण कौशल माने जाते थे। इन कौशलों को आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ने पीछे छोड़ दिया है। आज हम अपनी शिक्षा को एआई और मशीन लर्निंग के अनुरूप कैसे ढाल सकते हैं, इस पर चिंतन होना आवश्यक हुआ है। हमें एआई व्यवस्था से लाभ उठाने के लिए अपने लोगों को कुशल और पुनः कुशल बनाने की रणनीति की भी आवश्यकता है। जमशेदजी टाटा राष्ट्र की सेवा के प्रति सिद्धांतों और प्रतिबद्धता वाले महान व्यक्ति थे। आज जब हम सर जमशेदजी टाटा की उल्लेखनीय उपलब्धियों का स्मरण कर रहे हैं, तो हमें उन मूल्यों और सिद्धांतों से निर्देशित होना चाहिए जिन्हें उन्होंने संजोया और बरकरार रखा। मैं जब झारखंड का राज्यपाल था, मैं जमशेदपुर गया, उनके स्टील प्लांट का भी मैंने विजिट किया था। टेल्को में भी मैं गया था और उसमें एक बात मुझे देखने में आई कि देश में प्राइवेट सेक्टर में पहला लोहा का कारखाना खोलने वाला जमशेदजी जब चालू किए थे तब तक उन्होंने क्वालिटी कंट्रोल में कभी समझौता नहीं किया है और इसीलिए उनका जो भी प्रोडक्ट है लोग उनको याद करते हैं। जब ये जीवित थे तब कॉरपोरेट सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व पर कोई कानून नहीं था, लेकिन फिर भी कॉरपोरेट सामाजिक दायित्व, सतत विकास और नैतिक व्यावसायिक प्रथाओं के प्रति उनका समर्पण और प्रतिबद्धता भी उद्यमों के लिए मार्गदर्शक है। समापन करने के पहले मैं स्वर्गीय जमशेदजी टाटा की स्मृति में इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजन के लिए मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय और विज्ञान भारती का अभिनंदन करता हूं और आपके सहयोग के लिए आप सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
सर, आपका आदरपूर्वक धन्यवाद। आपने आने वाली पीढ़ियों के सामने अपने विचार प्रस्तुत किए और जमशेदजी टाटा हमारे देश के डेवलपमेंट में किस तरीके से अपनी भूमिका निभा रहे थे वो भी आपने विदित कर दिया। Jamshetji Tata used to say, there is one kind of charity common enough among us. It is that patchwork philanthropy which closes the ragged, feeds the poor, and heals the sick. I am far from decrying the noble spirit which seeks to help a poor or a suffering fellow being. However, what advances a nation or a community is not so much to prop up its weakest and most helpless members. Listen carefully, but to lift up the best and the most gifted so as to make them of the greatest service to the country. अशा प्रकारचे विचार असणारे जमशेदजी टाटा यांना आज आपण दिवसभरामध्ये समजून घेणार आहोत. Now we move ahead to the last part of the inaugural program, proposing the vote of thanks. मैं अत्यंत आभारी हूँ हमारे पथ प्रदर्शक एवं प्रखर व्यक्तित्व के धनी महाराष्ट्र राज्य के सम्मान्य राज्यपाल एवं महाराष्ट्र राज्य के समस्त राज्य विश्वविद्यालयों के कुलाधिपति माननीय श्री रमेश बैस जी का मैं आपको हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूँ आपने महाराष्ट्र राज्य के सभी विश्वविद्यालयों को गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा के सभी पहलुओं को सिखाने का दिशा निर्देश देकर प्रगति के वास्तविक मार्ग को दर्शाया है। आपके आज के बहुमूल्य मार्गदर्शन के लिए एक बार पुनः आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। कहा जाता है कि वैज्ञानिक राष्ट्र निर्माता होते हैं। वे न केवल कुछ नया आविष्कार करते हैं बल्कि सामाजिक उत्थान में भी महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देते हैं। पद्म विभूषण माननीय डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी ने अपनी बहुमूल्य उपस्थिति एवं बीजभाषण के द्वारा जीवन के नए क्षितिज को व्याख्यायित करके हम सभी को मंत्रमुग्ध किया है। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पद्म विभूषण माननीय डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी। आज हम सबको विज्ञान भारती के भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रीय संगठन सचिव आदरणीय जयंत सहस्रबुद्धे जी की बहुत याद आ रही है। जयंत सहस्रबुद्धे जी ने विज्ञान भारती के कार्य को विश्व स्तर पर विस्तारित करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। वे प्रारंभ से ही निस्वार्थ भाव से मातृभूमि के लिए कार्य करते थे। उन्होंने देश की आज़ादी में भारतीय वैज्ञानिकों की भूमिका को सफलतापूर्वक लोगों के सामने रखा और बहुत अलक्षित वैज्ञानिकों के कार्य को विश्व के सामने लाया। आदरणीय जयंत सहस्रबुद्धे जी को शतशः नमन। मैं आभारी हूँ हमारे मार्गदर्शक मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर रविंद्र कुलकर्णी जी का, जो ऐसे ज्ञानवर्धक शैक्षणिक कार्यक्रम के आयोजन के लिए हम सबको सदैव प्रेरित करते हैं। मैं आभारी हूँ हमारे प्रकुलगुरु प्राचार्य डॉक्टर भामरे सर जी का, जो हमेशा हमारे साथ रहते हैं। मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ विज्ञान भारती के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर शेखर मांडे जी का, जिन्होंने हमें इस भव्य कार्यक्रम के आयोजन का अवसर प्रदान किया। धन्यवाद सर। मैं विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा विज्ञान भारती कोकण प्रांत के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास सामंत जी को। आपके सहकार्य के लिए आभारी हूँ सर। मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय के निबंधक प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सुनील बिरुड़ जी को, मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय के सभी मेंबर्स ऑफ सीनेट, मैनेजमेंट काउंसिल, एकेडमिक काउंसिल and all the officers, we are really thankful to you all. आज इस नेशनल सेमिनार में बाहर गांव से आए हुए सहभागी प्रतिनिधि जिन्होंने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया है, हमारे मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय के विद्यार्थी जिन्होंने अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन किया है, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी डीन्स, डायरेक्टर्स, फिनांस एंड अकाउंट्स ऑफिसर, हेड ऑफ एकेडमिक डिपार्टमेंट्स, प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ द वेरियस एफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेस, various members of the institutions, all administrative officers, teachers of the university departments and affiliated colleges, and students present over here along with the non-teaching staff of the University of Mumbai. We are really thankful to you. इसके साथ मैं मीडिया को भी अपने धन्यवाद देता हूँ और जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में प्रत्यक्ष एवं परोक्ष रूप से सहयोग प्रदान किया, उन सभी को हार्दिक धन्यवाद। अब मैं आप सबको भारत के राष्ट्रगीत के सम्मान के प्रति अपनी जगह पे खड़े रहने की विनती करता हूँ। आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू काइंडली राइज फॉर द नेशनल एंथम। भारत माता की। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। हम सब अपनी जगह पे आदरणीय राज्यपाल महोदय के प्रति सम्मान के लिए अपनी जगह पे खड़े ही रहेंगे। हम सब अपनी जगह पे खड़े रहेंगे। थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. आपण आपल्या जागेवरती बसूया आणि लगेचच पहिल्या पॅनल डिस्कशनला आपण प्रारंभ करूया. पण एक काही सूचना आपल्याकरता द्यायच्या आहेत. बसा बसा, आपण सगळेजण बसू शकतो. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा या गीताचे स्वर कानावरती येऊन पडल्यानंतर ज्याची छाती भरून येणार नाही, ऊर भरून येणार नाही, असं भारतीय नाही. आज इथे उपस्थित असलेल्या सगळ्यांच्या करता आपण जमशेदजी टाटा यांच्या दिवसभराच्या आयुष्यभराच्या कामगिरीवर दिवसभर चर्चा करणार आहोत. बट बिफोर दॅट आय वुड लाईक टू इन्फॉर्म couple of things. After the first panel discussion is over, we will have a lunch time. Some students, some representatives have got lunch coupons in their kits and some don't. This has happened because the registration process was taking a long time. Therefore, you need to register yourself after the first panel discussion and you'll get the lunch coupons and you'll enjoy the lunch. But you need to register yourself and acquire the lunch coupons for that. And I would like to request the next team which is going to take out from me for the panel discussion. राजवाडे सर, पुढच्या आपलं जे पहिलं पॅनल डिस्कशन आहे आणि पॅनल डिस्कशन जे मॉडरेट करणार आहेत, आय वुड लाईक टू रिक्वेस्ट देम टू टेक ओव्हर द चार्ज. अँड थँक्यू व्हेरी मच एव्हरीबॉडी फॉर द इनॉग्रल फंक्शन. इट वॉज अ ग्रेट फंक्शन बिकॉज ऑफ यू. आपलं पहिलंच पॅनल डिस्कशन होईल, तासभर चालेल. त्यानंतर I'd like to request Dr. Chaitanya Giri to take up the charge from me and conduct the first panel discussion. पॅनल डिस्कशन नंतर तासभराचा जेवणाचा वेळ असेल. त्यानंतर पुन्हा पुढचं पॅनल डिस्कशन असेल. 4 वाजता व्हॅलिडिटी फंक्शन सुरू होईल. या ना गिरी सर, आय एम वेटिंग फॉर यू सर. इट्स ऑल युअर्स. थँक्यू.
Namaskar. The Ministry of Culture, Government of India, University of Mumbai, and Vignan Bharati warmly welcome this samagam of saints, statesmen, scientists, students, and educators to this one-of-a-kind day-long event reminiscing and commemorating the tremendous contributions of one of Bharat Bhumi's greatest sons, Jamshetji Tata. You know, it is a fact that we all revere our ancestors, our Pitar, and so does the Tata Group. This is evident from the wonderful and world-class archives the Tata Group and family have curated over the past many decades, preserving Jamsetji's and his sons and his family's illustrious contributions. This event would not have been possible without the support of the same Tata Central Archives, who kindly agreed to share their private virtual exhibition with us. And I welcome you all during the break time to please go to the screens that are placed behind this auditorium and take a look at what sort of exhibits, wonderful exhibits that the Tata Central Archives have to offer to us. The virtual exhibition that is with us is meant to spread awareness about Jamsetji's impactful contributions to Bharat Bhumi. You know, numerous historians and scholars have penned Jamsetji's life. Those in this gathering who have met our beloved Jayant Sahasrabuddheji would know how passionate he was about revisiting Bharat's modern history and chronicling the forgotten saga of men and women of great propensity in India's freedom struggle. This program is dedicated to our dear Jayanji, but then we won't stop with a mere dedication. The revisiting of history remains. And history is not linear. It runs on several parallel tracks. Take the instance of Jamshetji meeting Swami Vivekananda, not in India, but in the Western Pacific Ocean, while they were bound to East Asia and thereafter to North America. Consider Jamshetji's son, Ratanji Tata, Ratanji the Senior, joining Lokmanya Tilak to start the Bombay Swadeshi cooperative stores in Mumbai, very close to us. Then take the instance of Lokmanya Tilak ji meeting a not so well-known sannyasi, not very far from here, but at the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus. You know, these meetings of these three giants is something that we haven't seen in one light, in one go. And this is something that we are here to do. Revisit history and look at it in a light that we've never seen before. As Jayanji would put in his serene voice, we want to comprehend the Swadeshi movement's origins. And yes, Vijnan Bharati would do so, for this Sanghatan is meant to lead a Swadeshi science movement. With this day-long seminar, we seek to spread the message that Jamshetji's impact on modern Bharat's history is more than the establishments that he built. The Ministry of Culture and Vijnan Bharati and various glorious universities of India have celebrated numerous unsung heroes over the course of past 2 years under the theme of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Many of us know the institution builder Jamshetji. We know the philanthropist Jamshetji. We know the visionary industrialist Jamshetji. But not many of us know the freedom fighter Jamshetji. We want to bring that aspect of his life to the fore. And why is that needed? Remember, Jamshetji's life was during a very tumultuous era of modern India. He lived during the years of 1857, the first war of independence. What sort of impact that the first war of independence might have had on his mind while he embarked on setting up the great institutions that he's built and which to this day serve Bharat Mata. And we are not trying to do anything special over here. This is crucial because we need to see that freedom was not just about social and political autonomy. It was also about the autonomy of Bharatiya to set up enterprise. It was about Bharatiya people's intellectual independence when the colonizers told us that you are incapable of doing science. So it was a matter of proving them wrong, and we have done so since the past 75 years since we got independence, but the road is still long. All these freedoms were usurped, and only now when India is beginning to rise from a half a millennia of geopolitical turmoil, we have begun to fathom how tight the many colonizing demons set the noose around our necks. Swami Vivekananda once said, if you have assimilated 5 ideas and made them your life and character, you have more education than any man who has got by heart a whole library. Now it is known, and you will get to hear today, that Jamshetji lived by 4 goals in his life. One goal was to establish a world-class education institution. The other one was to generate clean energy, hydroelectric power. The third one was establish an iron and steel company, which we just heard about. And the fourth one was to have a Swadeshi textile mill. Of these 4, he would see the Empress mills come to reality during his lifetime. Other 3 dreams of his were realized by his kin, his family. But then, as per Swami Vivekananda's thought of 5 ideas, Jamshetji undoubtedly achieved 4 of them. We have gathered here to understand the other ideas he achieved in his lifetime. And there are some ideas, perhaps there is something that he might not have penned down anywhere. Perhaps it is for us to understand through his deeds what he was trying to do. and what is to this day that the Tata family does for this country. With this, I'd now like to invite first panel, which consists of luminaries from Indian industry, from Indian academia, as well as from Indian think tank world. So let me first invite Shri Bhalachandra Singh Rao Rani ji. Bhalachandra ji is the chairman managing director of UCP India. His company is very well known as one of the foremost in specialty chemicals. He is head of the Federation of Indian Industries, which is a very well known industry body, and it has been doing some stellar work in gathering industry and academia put together and leading us on the forefront. Sir, I welcome you on the stage, please. And please give a big hand to sir. Then I'd like to invite Dr. Shiv Prasad Khenit ji. Khenit ji, for all those students who are from Mumbai, sir, please, who have visited the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, which is right next door to us. He leads the institution, Khenit ji, and he is the advisor to it, and he's the thought leader of the institution. He's been the former director of Nehru Science Center, a very well-known curator of museums. He has brought to Mumbai some of the finest collections during his tenure at the Nehru Science Center, and we look forward to his thoughts today. Welcome, sir. And then now I invite our very own Secretary of Vigyan Bharati, Dr. Arvind Ranade ji. Arvind ji is at present the Director of National Innovation Foundation in Gandhinagar. He has been a scientist with Vigyan Prasar for many, many years, and we work in Vigyan Bharati under his thought leadership. So, welcome, sir. I'd now invite Bhalachandra Singh ji to come to the dais and share with us his thoughts on Jamshetji and his life and his impressions about this great personality. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, my heartiest congratulations to the organizers for organizing this splendid discourse to commemorate the phenomenal contributions of Sri Jamshetji Tata towards our Indian industry, our country, and also towards the world of international industry, business, and more importantly, practices, the business practices that is. I have been a late entrant to this event, but then I was very impressed when my friend Colonel Rairikar told me about the activities of Vigyan Bharati, and especially I was even more happier when I came to know that all you young ladies and gentlemen were going to be here. I always get educated out of the interactions with you all, so I am very happy that you all are here in good numbers. We all know of Sri Jamshetji Tata as the father of Indian industry. Our Indian industry certainly existed for the last several centuries. But then, Jamshetji was the pioneer who envisaged the modern form in which our current manufacturing industry stands. He was the visionary responsible for laying the foundations of our nation's core sector industry like steel and hydroelectric, and also the world famous academic institute. Later I am going to come to how the academic institutes contribute in the industry building. And of course, the business practices which have made our country today a strong industrialized nation and also the 5th largest economy, heading towards being the 3rd largest economy worldwide. I would be sharing a few examples to highlight the legacy of Sri Jamshetji Tata. I'll be going a bit back and forth in history to make it, to emphasize certain points. Regarding the business practices, They are very critical and important. You all know about Napoleon, the hero of Austerlitz, Leipzig, Jena, a brilliant military strategist, but he was also an astute businessman. About 200 years back, he created a business code, and that code is still followed in several European countries. But then, Napoleon still met his Waterloo. Our hero, Jamshetji Tata, while creating the major industrial empire, also created certain business practices. And ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy and proud to tell you that our country is now known for those ethical business practices which were established. I once again repeat the word ethical business practices which were established by Jamshetji Tata way back, about 150 years back. And we are respected all over the world for that. I have been traveling all over the world for the last 35 years, and I have seen that our country gets known for those ethical business practices that we follow. The second point is regarding the importance of manufacturing industry. We all know about the economic crash of 2008-9. Why did it happen? Somewhere in US, the Lehman Brothers crashed, and the effects were felt across the world. We did not feel the effects much. Why? Also, the entire Europe collapsed, but only two countries were supporting that, the entire European Union. That was Germany and France. Why? Because they were highly industrialized nations. And by industrialized nations, I mean very strong in manufacturing industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the legacy of Jamshetji Tata, who realized way back in 1860s and 1870s that to make our country really, really strong, we have to have a strong industrial base, and especially in the core sectors. And that is why he laid the foundations of the iron and steel industry and also hydroelectric projects. You know, even during the Second World War, you must have seen the areas which were mainly bombed in Europe, like in Germany, the Ruhr region. Why? Because it was having all industries, heavy industries. Then Bayer and BASF manufacturing locations in Wuppertal and Ludwigshafen. They were basically, so it shows that having a strong industry is extremely essential, and which Jamshetji realized long back. You know, these are his various legacies. I'll be talking about a couple of more also. You can get your freedom. Why do we call him a independence freedom struggler now? Because you may get a freedom. So many African countries received them because of the international change in scenario. But then, if you don't have a nation which is built up on certain fundamental strengths, then even getting independence doesn't really help. So that was a basic and very major contribution of Jamshetji Tata. You know, today we are talking about balanced development of our country by going and setting off industries in the interiors. Jamshetji had the vision to do it in 1870s when he set up his first textile mill in central India, that is in Nagpur. He ensured the success of this venture in spite of the ridicule faced by him initially. Even today we are struggling for the balanced development. You know, the Mihan project is one such example. And when I talk about balanced development and manufacturing self-reliance comes into picture. Today, in the world over, our country is known for IT strength and, of course, the flagship industry, that is pharma and fine chemicals. But do we know the extent to which we are dependent on other countries for the success of this pharma and fine chemicals? More than 85%. And that exactly is something which Jamshetji realized in those days, that we should not have this imbalance. We have to be self-sufficient. For example, for this pharma and fine chemicals, we as a federation have been fighting a lot, and we have got a 5,000 acres of area earmarked very near Mumbai, that is in Raigad, for the intermediates to be manufactured. It is in process now. Friends, to ensure the success of his textile industry, Jamshetji not only enlisted the latest technologies, but also implemented certain path-breaking techniques to motivate and empower his most important resource, that is his manpower. This is another of Jamshetji's legacy, which we are trying to follow and implement in today's industry also. The innovative incentive schemes which he devised to motivate his team ultimately has made his venture very successful. I will cite 2 examples of this. When I started my manufacturing area career, it was in a large multinational company. I joined the first day. The second day I came to the gate, all the workers stopped their work, they came out and they gherawed me. The reason was, I had insisted upon discipline on my very first day of work. At the same time, those were the days of Datta Samant and all those guys. You all know what happened in those days. The entire textile industry of Mumbai was wiped out. Similar stunt was tried in Tata companies also, like in Telco. But then, the legacy of taking care of your manpower is so strongly imbibed that nothing could be done. Those militant guys had to leave and the Tata companies flourished. So that is the legacy which again was created in those days. One other thing, I think I am in time. One other thing I would like to tell you, during one of these international business forums, I was asked to speak on the subject of mergers and acquisitions. All the top Indian leaders were there, Rahul Bajaj Sahib and all senior Mittals, Bhargavas and all that. Naturally, there were some Europeans who criticized the acquisition of Chorus. But I wanted to tell them, I told them also in the forum, that all acquisitions are not done for monetary purposes only. As the illustrious speakers said before me, to have an industry, to have a steel, the basic core industry in our country itself was so complicated. But Jamshetji managed it, and his kin, his descendants, have ensured that they became the largest employers in UK and also the acquirer of the largest steel mill in UK. The mill is having certain issues, the textile, the steel industry, because of international scenarios. But at the same time, look at the acquisition of Jaguar, Land Rover, the entire large companies of the world like Ford, etc., they failed. But the Tatas succeeded. Why? Again, the legacy of Jamshetji Tata, which has to do with the manpower, the humans which are there in part of the group. You know, the assimilation of this manpower, his entire team, has led to the success of these other ventures. And even in Tata Chorus, though they are having a lot of problems, Tatas have not abandoned the employees. They are still taking care of them, in spite of no support from the UK government. So that again is the legacy of the Tata Group, which was established by Jamshetji way back. There are several legacies and thoughts. I would just take 2 more. One is the establishment of the world-class Institute of Science, IISc in Bangalore. You know, even as a very small entity, I just want to elaborate how these institutions really help you. Even as a small entity, whenever we have our big our events in our federation, we always have the technology leaders of our country coming in to inspire and motivate our industry leaders. Now, who are these technology leaders? For our Golden Jubilee, we had none other than the Bharat Ratna, Abdul Kalam Sahib, coming in and inspiring us. Then we have had Padma Vibhushan Mashelkar Sahib, Padma Vibhushan Sharma Sahib, who Dr. Mashelkar considers as his guru, Padma Shri Yadav Sahib. These are all the leaders. And our Vice Chancellor Kulkarni Sahib is from the same institute. So I am very proud to be here today. You know, these are the, when we had our federation's logo released, on the dais we had Padma Vibhushan Sharma Sahib, then we had Sindhutai Sakpal, and Parikh Sahib. Parikh Sahib was given the award, that is of Pidilite. you guys should know, Pidilite is Fevicol. Mr. Parikh from the dais accepted that when he came to India from US, his turnover was only 1 crore. Today it is a multi-billion-dollar company. And the entire credit he gave to the support and advice of Padma Vibhushan Sharma Sahib. You know, when recently there is a big video which is going around wherein the topmost industrialist of our country and the student of Padma Vibhushan Sharma Sahib, that is our own Mukesh Ambani Sahib, giving the entire credit of his entrepreneurship journey to his guru, that is Sharma Sahib. Then there is one more instance where Mashelkar Sahib, who has been the support, technology support of Reliance Industries for several years. So Mukesh Ambani Sahib was discussing with him about certain challenges. So that time Mukesh Ambani Sahib said that, sir, I think that we'll have to do leapfrogging, jumping over these challenges. And then Mashelkar Sahib gave him the suggestion that this is not the time for leapfrogging, this is the time for pole vaulting. And that is how the success of GEO and other institutes you see. Recently we had this interesting discussion. Now there are several such things. Anyway, the time has to be looked after. So I would now touch upon the last point of Jamshetji's life, that is philanthropy. During his era, he was the topmost philanthropist in the entire world. You have all heard about John Rockefeller. I am very sure Rockefeller started his philanthropy after hearing about Jamshetji's inspiration. He was rather inspired by what was happening in our own country. And that is how the legacy goes. Even today we are having in our industry the compulsion of CSR, that is corporate social responsibility. Where do you think it comes from? It is from the legacy which was set long back. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude saying that we can call our Jamshetji Tata not only as the father of Indian industry, but also as the father of ethical business practices and philanthropy of our country. He has built a strong nation by his teachings and legacies. Thank you.
You've heard Jamshetji about his business ethics, the best practices that he set for the Indian industry to follow in the subsequent years, the great things that he achieved by inspiring the Rockefellers and the Templetons of the world. And today, if you see, the Tata Group is one of the biggest benefactors of several institutions. Jamshetji is one amongst us. Why do I say that? Born in Navsari, educated at Elphinstone College, he made sure that he makes donations to the establishment of several education institutions. He understood the significance of education, why is it needed. When the colonizers, when they decided to educate Indians, it was not for imparting them with skills necessary for resurgence of India. It was only about imparting them skills that would allow these people to become their clerks and nothing else for the running of their empire that they have set up here. Jamshetji set up his industry, set up his dreams for India at a time when things were not conducive for him or anybody to rise to such occasions. These were the years when India had just lost, unfortunately, the first war of independence. Things were looking south. The British East India Company had been pulled back by the British Empire. The empire was ravaging all across the Indian landmass, and it is here in those times where Jamshetji brought great laurels to the country that we are now beginning to appreciate. Talking about laurels, talking about evidences of what all he has achieved all his life, I must invite now Dr. Kennedy. He'll bring to you what sort of anecdotes do we have amongst us that are so inspirational that we should revisit these anecdotes again and again and make sure that we are all inspired by it. Dr. Kennedy?
Thanks for the invitation. In fact, it's really a great honor to speak about the contributions of Jamshetji Tata. What I'll do is, I'll first read out, since you talked about the corporate social responsibility, which is now mandated by an act of the government, but much before this act came in, what Jamshetji said. Well, let's start with that. It will put in a context why, today's topic of Jamshetji being unheralded perhaps fits in well. He says, I quote, "In a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder, but in fact, the very purpose of its existence." So, for Jamshetji, the compulsive entrepreneur that he was, for him, community was central to his entrepreneurship, which is the essence of what the corporate social responsibility is. I will also quote another statement by one of the governors of the then Bombay presidency, Lord Sydenham. What he says, I quote, "The memorial which I have the honor to unveil." In fact, about 5-6 years after the death of Jamshetji, there was a statue which was unveiled by Sydenham. That's when he says this, "The memorial which I have the honor to unveil will recall to future generation the life work of one of whom the Parsi community, the Bombay presidency, and all India may be justly proud. It will enshrine for the youth of India the great example of a real patriot." This is Lord Sydenham, who talked about Jamshetji somewhere in 1910 or so. I mean, it's providential and it's prophetic statement today when we're talking and celebrating Jamshetji. This is what has come true. I was here at the Nehru Science Center, currently working with the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya. Almost since morning, we have all been speaking about 4 of the main dreams of Jamshetji. Of course, the Tata Steel. Then we have the Indian Institute of Science. Of course, even the Taj Mahal Hotel and the Tata hydroelectric power, the clean energy. I will give certain some anecdotal things into the very thoughts of Jamshetji. Jamshetji was an itinerant traveler. He traveled across the world. One of the best attributes of Jamshetji is to observe, see the best thing available world over. He almost always, whenever he went abroad, he used to make it a point to go and see the industrial exhibition. For example, the great Crystal Palace exhibition. Of course, he didn't go see the 1851 Crystal Palace exhibition, but then he has subsequently seen quite a lot of the exhibitions in Germany, in Paris, and most of the places. This is the place where, when he went and saw these exhibitions, he realized how industry is benefited by having a large exhibition such as this. Post the invent of the steam engine, there was this revolutionary change, what we call as the first industrial revolution. But then how the benefits of the industrial revolution reaching out to every industry and what each of the industry is doing to aid and accentuate the benefits of other was all seen in the exhibition. And the first of this exhibition was the Crystal Palace exhibition in 1851. There were many such other exhibitions where these things were exhibited. Unfortunately, India, since we were under the colonial rule, we missed out on the first industrial revolution. Nonetheless, it was people like Jamshetji who helped us at least take some baby steps into this. Again, when we attained our independence, Pandit Nehru used his famous words, the temples of modern India. Can we really think of the temples of modern India if we really did not have a edifice, or what you call as the basic foundation laid for this? This basic foundation, which was heaped, the benefits of which was heaped or harvested by Pandit Nehru in his quote, Temples of Modern India, actually owe to the people like Jamshetji. And also we have Mahendralal Sarkar. Since Vibha has done a lot of work on the Indian Renaissance, Indian scientific Renaissance, and the contributions of Acharya, Prafulla Chandra Ray, and which Mandisa talked about, and several other such scientists who came up from the institution which was set up by Mahendralal Sarkar. What is so important is that, from these standings, from a place where we were, when we attained independence right into the 60s, people used to call us India is a nation which lives from ship to mouth. In the sense, I think some of our generation people will remember that there was a scheme known as PL 480. Under this scheme, shiploads of wheat is to come from US. It's only when the shiploads of wheat come into the harbor of India that we were able to feed the population. But then, because of founders like Jamshetji and of course the Indian scientific renaissance, we were able to feed all these people. Now let me come to the imaginary, the visionary of Jamshetji. Just across, we have the the Taj Hotel here. If you go to Taj Hotel, when in 1903 it was opened, the best of things from different countries, be it Germany, be it England, be it Paris, from all over the country, from all over the world, the best things came here. And there is an anecdotal, of course, it's not anecdotal, I would call it as an apocryphal belief, because there's no guaranteed, there is no record to say this. Just across here, very close by, just behind, we have this Watson Hotel. This was one of the best so-called five-star facility-oriented hotel which was here. This hotel was forbidden for Indians and dogs. We were not allowed. It was only the Europeans who were allowed to enter into this. And Jamshetji, he lived larger than life. He traveled all over the world, yet he was not able to entertain his guests here. So what he thought, the best way to reply back, to pay back in their own coin, in a very subtle way, because which Jamshetji was, he envisaged establishing a hotel, what he called as a Toshakhana. In fact, his own community were very apprehensive. Why should Jamshetji, who was known for building textile mills, for example, the Swadeshi mill? Incidentally, the word Swadeshi, what we call as make in India, comes from, Jamshetji thought about having a Swadeshi mill in the 1870s here in Mumbai, and made it a very successful one at that. So the rest is history. Jamshetji was able to translate his vision of envisaging building a world-class hotel into reality in 1903 itself. And what the Taj has done to Watson is here for us to see. Even the rates were so very modest at Taj, yet he was able to build that to show that Indians can do. Another reason why he thought of building Taj is, besides the point of that the Indians and dogs were not allowed, it was around the later part of the 1890s, particularly in 1898, the bubonic plague was plaguing the country, plaguing particularly Mumbai. There were about 1,300 to 1,400 deaths every week in Mumbai. And the whole of the streets, etc., were filthy. And nobody from the world, particularly the Western world, that was a time when Industrial Revolution was giving great benefits to the Western countries. Jamshetji always wanted that the people from West should also come here, invest here, be a partner in the growth of India. So because of this plague, all around there was filth and death. So this was another reason which motivated Jamshetji, as not only for the benefit of the city, but also for the nation, to build a hotel, a hospitality, which will serve and be the best in the world. Even today, Taj stands for the best in the world. So this is about Taj and how it came about. But then the most important thing, of course, is everybody has talked about the Tata Steel. In fact, Jamshetji thought about the Tata Steel much, much earlier. But then his vision could not be realized. When he thought about building a Tata Steel, it was during those days, the British time, we had this so-called license era. The first thing what we need to do is get a permission from the British. who was the person who had to give this kind of a permission is Sir Frederick Upcott. So Jamshetji had sent one of his person to go to him with a plan that Jamshetji would like to start a Tata Steel, a steel plant. When he went there, what Upcott says is something very interesting. He says, Jamshetji wants to start a Tata Steel. He said, if he is in a position to develop, produce one safety pin to the exacting standards of the British, I am ready to chew it. This was a statement which was made by Frederick Upcott. And I don't know if Upcott was alive. Right in 1913, Tata Steel was able to produce large quantity of steel. From that kind of an insult, Jamshetji was not taken aback. What he did, he went there, he realized that the best person to contact, because he always searched for the best of people, the talent. It could be the leaders, it could be industrialists, it could be scientists, it could be technologists. Wherever they are, he brought them here. The person who he thought will be most fitting to translate his vision into reality was a gentleman by name James Perrin. He was one of the well sought after, world over, well-known metallurgist. He was in Pennsylvania. Jamshetji went to meet him. He went to his office straight. Of course, by then Jamshetji was known all over the world, but then Perrin was not aware of Jamshetji. With the confidence, he went to Perrin and told, Mr. Perrin, I envisage starting a steel plant in India. I want you in India. Perrin quotes, I think it's very well documented in the Tata archives. I hope it's there in the exhibition, digital exhibition, which is here. Perrin did not realize why he said yes. Without even thinking, he immediately accepted the invitation, and the rest is history. What they did is he sent two of his metallurgists. They searched all over. They surveyed the whole, what is called as the Sakchi area in Jharkhand. And finally, they chose this place, Sakchi, which later became Jamshedpur. The Britishers named this city after Jamshedpur. This was the beginning from which the Tata Steel plant came up. Although it was envisaged in 1903, it passed through periods of triumphs and tribulation, and then they were one of the best to supply rail lines all over the world, including during the the First and Second World War. They played a major role. That's how the Tata Steel, his vision came into reality. Now, talking about the Tata hydroelectric power, those were the days. Well, the Mumbai city has been immensely benefited by the textile mill, but the amount of pollution that the steam power was producing was unimaginable. When Jamshetji was actually surveying in Jharkhand, he had seen one falls there. And then he realized that, can I harvest the power of the water to start a hydroelectric power? But then somehow it so happened that that area was not suitable. There was some shrine there, and that shrine could not be disturbed. Then he realized that when he came here in Lonavala, you'll see that particularly during this rainy period, small rainy period, there's a huge amount of rainfall, but that all that water goes away. So he envisaged starting a Tata hydroelectric power. It did not come into reality, but then he searched the best of talent again for the people to come here, survey that. They created a Volvan lake there, and then a large reservoir from where the water flows down, and then you have these viaducts. It's a real great engineering marvel. And this was opened in 1915. Now, we had 40 megawatt of power, clean power generated by the Tata hydroelectric power, which still continues. Not only that, transmitting that power from the Khopoli to Mumbai was again a technological marvel. I'm so very proud that one of the hydroelectric, the engine which was there, generator which was there in 1915 has been gifted to the Nehru Science Center. I will appeal to all of you that this original engine is there in the Nehru Science Center. Please do come and have a visit. It was in 1915. But before this visit, Jamshetji had again, when he was touring, he was the guest of Westinghouse. And Westinghouse, he requested Westinghouse that he should go and see the Niagara Falls. He went to Niagara Falls. He saw the hydroelectric power station there. That's how, Jamshetji always derived the best thing, searched for the best thing from all over the world and brought them here. Now let's come to the Tata Institute, or what that time he envisaged as Imperial Institute of Science. He wanted to start this, but then he went through a lot of bureaucratic hurdles. Although he pledged his own wealth, 1/3 of his wealth, and also he was successful in going on meeting the Mysore Maharaj and then the then Diwan of Mysore, who pledged a large piece of land. Yet it was not possible. In 1900, when 4 years before William Ramsay got the Nobel Prize, Ramsay with his family came here and he was a guest of Jamshetji in Mumbai. He extensively discussed with Ramsay about his vision of what the institute should be. And that's what we call as history. We have the Tata Institute or the Indian Institute of Science, which in a way has also benefited the science of India, the scientific community of India. There are two canonical institutions which we are all very proud of. One of is the Department of Atomic Energy. The other one is ISRO. Of course, ISRO was initially conceived as a part of the atomic energy. Both the founders of atomic energy, which is Homi Bhabha, and also ISRO, owe their genesis to Indian Institute of Science. They were there, both of them were studying as students in the Indian Institute of Science, the institute which was built by Tata. So these are some of his legacy, and of course the clean energy is something which we all must cherish. And you're talking about the sustainable development and clean energy much before what the current standards of climate change and things were being talked about. Jamshetji talked about all these things. So when we remember the temples of modern India, the growth that we are all now perceiving, we must stand in attention and salute those unsung, I would put it as unsung heroes, who actually laid the foundation for building the temples of modern India. Thank you. These are my first introductory remarks, and we'll take on when we move forward with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kenneth. Dr. Kenneth mentioned about Westinghouse and also clean energy in the same breath. Let me point you to the fact that not only Jamshetji was the pioneering industrialist delving into clean energy, but perhaps the names Tata and Westinghouse today are synonymous with atomic energy. Dr. Kakodkar was here amongst us a few minutes ago, and you would realize that Westinghouse is one of the biggest nuclear reactor companies of the US at this point in time. The name bore from the same person. Likewise, the Tatas, they played a massive role in setting up atomic energy establishment in India. And this is something that has happened. The legacy goes back into the 19th century. And that is all because of the efforts that were put by Jamshetji. Talking about innovation, we have amongst us Dr. Ranade. I'd like to invite you, sir, to give your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chaitanya. Please excuse for my bad throat. Well, 15 minutes? I will try my best to be within a 15 minutes. But I think when I look at the very young audience, I think when you leave this campus, there should be a significant message that you carry with you by attending the Vigyana Bharati's program. Our president has mentioned that during this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Vigyana Bharati has deliberately have brought in something which was not had been really thought of, especially in the context of India's independence. As we all know in the history that when we talk about the freedom fighters or maybe a people who played a role, then very importantly what we really look at is a socio-political leadership which has given the freedom. And that's what basically Vigyana Bharati has tried over the last almost a year or so, that it was not only socio-political leadership, but in fact the role of science, scientists and scientific institutions. These are all the three important parameters that what Vigyana Bharati has tried. And as our president has mentioned, it started all the way from 2nd of August 2021 when we celebrated this 163rd birth anniversary of Professor Acharya Prafulla Chandra Rai. Now, bringing you to this particular aspect, because if I have to just count it, then perhaps today's is the 18th of our program among the 22 which we have been celebrating. Now, what I actually would like all of you to carry the message, and if I look at the panel discussion today, and the topic given is industrialist, enrich and empower. There are three important aspects which are associated. And when we talk about India's independence, all the three becomes more important. And we consider that Jamshetji Tata, as an industrialist, he has certainly did, and I think that's what I think Dr. Anil Kakodkar was trying to emphasize, that if we say he is an unsung hero, then I think something wrong that we have done. But I think from the perspective of a role of an Jamshetji Tata for making India independent, not in the only to make the people to get the job, but some of his thought process has made then the government, so-called the British colonist, to think about something which perhaps they have not thought about. And I'll just narrate some of the stories to all of you. Perhaps all these important parameters are going to be covered in this aspect. First of all, understand in the whole family of Tata, Nusarwanji is the first member of the family who totally went out of the what we call it as the traditional practices, because he was the priest. And to his father was a priest. But when he thought of something different, when he came, he thought what to do, then the scope for him to become a trading agent. Please look at the story that it is building up. When he started, he was a trader. He came to Bombay, or that time Bombay, today Mumbai, and realized that there is a good market for opium, afim, right? And all the way that is becoming an important. And when he realized that there is a good market for it, he realized his son, which is a Jamshetji, then that time he was in Navsari. When he came to Bombay or Mumbai, he asked, of course, what I think Chaitanya mentioned, that he got graduated from Elphinstone's College here. And from here, Jamshetji asked, Nusarwanji asked him to just have a tour to China, Singapore and all, to see the market for the trading of opium. But I think what we really need to understand, look at the relation between the son and the father. When he went and looked at the kind of a market available, very soon he came back and said to his father, I feel that in days to come, cotton industry is going to have a significant role to play. And that is where Nusarwanji has accepted that particular new idea which has come to his mind. And if you know, when we talk about the three components about the enrichment and empowerment and industry establishment, when he came, the first industry that was set up in Bombay, it was the second-hand mill, which was the bankrupt oil mill, which was being purchased by then the Nusarwanji. And then he converted that oil mill into the cotton mill. And within just couple of years, that cotton mill he has converted into the richest possible profit of that company. And very immediately he sold that company. So that means the quick decision making, the understanding between the generations within the family. Why am I emphasizing this? I think by and large the young generation realize that either we always blame our father or maybe our son, that there is something which is absolutely mismatch. But look at this, one of the important component which was building up within the rapport between the father and the son. Now look at what industry which was supposed to be set up. And of course, he just sold the industry in Mumbai. And then the idea came to Jamshetji to establish the cotton industry not in Mumbai. And for very simple reason, it should be Mumbai for very simple reason, because Mumbai is a very accessible and important port to transport the material to the England. But he has decided to set up a cotton industry all the way 800 kilometers away from Mumbai, that is in Nagpur. And that was the time all those contemporaries have started blaming what not has happened to Jamshetji, and he is thinking to have a cotton industry such a far away, which is 800 kilometers. And there was a time even the bankers were not ready to give the loan to Jamshetji. But if you look at the kind of experience through which this son and father was moving through, they realized there must be some thought process which has given into the minds of Jamshetji, which must have thought of having such things in Nagpur. Now look at the two different advantages being in the Nagpur. There is what is called Varora, which is the largest coal producing area, where he realized there could be a good amount of energy resources that can come. And the large amount of fertile land was there where the cotton was being cultivated in a large number. So that means raw material is easy to get. At the same time, whatsoever is going to be required to set an industry, easy accessible material will be available in that particular area. And with those thought process, this cotton industry was started by Jamshetji Tata in around 1877. And please remember one of the important anecdote, or maybe an important idea of that particular time. See, India's location was such significant because from India, all the way material can easily be transported, because we have got a 7,000 area, which is what we call as a coastal area, through which almost all the part of the globe is easily accessible through the, what we call it as the ocean or through the sea kind of routes. But one of the important aspects that we should remember, why Jamshetji Tata realized this cotton industry's potential. If you read the history, you will realize there was a large amount of civil war was going in the United States. And because of which, cotton was absolutely not getting transported to the Britain, which was wherein the large amount of demand was there. And in addition to that, it was not only the cotton which was not coming from the America, but at the same time there was another something good happened, and that was the opening of a sewage canal in 1869, which has made the transportation of material from the Indian coast to the England by minimizing the 23 days of travel and about 7,000 kilometers that to go all the way from the South Africa and then to the UK or England. So this particular aspect, that is what is the reading of Jamshetji, he was knowing that this is something is going to come out and there is a good amount of potential that is there, and that's why he invested. And if you look at this particular point of time, the cotton industry supplied the raw cotton up to only 30% till 1860 or 62. Immediately, within the next 10 years, India's demand or Britain's demand from India for cotton was about 90%, and 90% cotton was going from India. Because of the sewage canal, this transportation become easy, and that's where the all aspect was being realized by Jamshetji Tata in so much in advance. Now, I think again Chaitanyaji or maybe my previous speaker was referring to how the visionaries were working for. If you look at even to set up those industry, this Jamshetji Tata took 6 years of his study, moving all the way from Egypt and then Syria, then to Palestine, and then again to Turkey and then Russia, to understand what is going to be required to have my cotton industry to the best of the cotton that can produce. So having an enriched knowledge about everything becomes important to catch the market. That's what I think Jamshetji has realized. And that has made Jamshetji to be a successful entrepreneur. And of course, when we look at this aspect as a businessman as well, I must tell you one of the important, another aspect, I think, to a large extent, right from the inaugural point of time. Swami Vivekananda has been largely referred for setting up an IISc, right? And this Swami Vivekananda was one of our 22 people which Vigyan Bharati has identified. And there is one more person which Vigyan Bharati has identified among 22, and that was Pramat Nath Bose. And the Pramat Nath Bose was what you called as a surveyor in the Geological Survey of India then that time. And look at the kind of treatment those Britishers gave to the Pramat Nath Bose, in spite of knowing the great knowledge is lying with the Pramat Nath Bose, because of the understanding of geology of the country, wherein the reports, I think that is what the report has been referred by the Tata, then the Jamshetji Tata and his team, that there is a report by the Pramat Nath Bose which is talking about having a large amount of natural resources in the context of the iron and the steel, which is in the area of Jharkhand. And that is where there is a very good reference to that. This Pramat Nath Bose met Jamshetji and gave the idea that Jamshetji, this is the location where you actually can put on your some amount of investment, because this is the area where large amount of irons ore are is there, and it's in the large in amount. And why this, now what I think Kennedy was referring to, that particular point was Sakchi, which is later on being named as an Tata Nagar, as a railway station, and now the Jamshedpur. So setting up an steel industry which did not happen during his lifetime, which later on the next generation has made it possible. So the legacy of having a good family relations was part of it. I must refer one more important point, and when we are celebrating this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, I think it becomes very important from the point of view of all the youngsters here. See, when you realize you are the most superpower, or you are the best successful businessman in all the way, and there is a good conversation between the son and the father, in the reference that why should we concern for the people here? Then Jamshetji Tata mentioned to his son, Dorabji, through the letter, that please remember that this is the land which has given us the place when we have been invaded in the Iran. You all know that this is a Parsi family, and that they left this Iran area in the 18th century. So he mentions to his son that this is the only land which has allowed us to set and to live with the full freedom, and we have a lot to return back, and this is the way that we can return and make the people of the country happy. And that is where he was trying to make the son or generations to understand that we are the Indian and we are duty bound to work for them. And let me give you one, I'm I think running short of time, but I will just put on one more anecdote and I will stop. See, when Jamshetji Tata set up a cotton industry in the Nagpur, and of course if you just, even now also, if you look at the geographical location of the Nagpur, and we are talking about the 1877 period, the large amount of employment was from the nearby area, and it was realized that all the time, the amount of labor that is coming to industry was only 80% or 70%. So there is always deficit of about 30% of the manpower in the industry. And that has really made that the production to be on the lesser percentage. Then generally what generally happens is to either fire large amount of employment who's not performing good, right? Or let's have a new kind of an employment drive. But the Jamshetji Tata, what he did is something that we all should remember. And that is what perhaps Britishers have never thought of in their own, what we call it as a policy framework. What Jamshetji Tata did is he has opened the provident funds for these employees of the cotton industry. Not only the provident fund, he has given the medical insurance to all the employees who are going to be registered or who are going to be the employee of that cotton industry. In addition to that, he started the family days and the what you call it as a sport days, by which there is a large amount of good relations establishment happened between the owner and the worker of the industry, by which large amount of money, large amount of even the gold chains were being given to the employee, by which the employees realize this owner of the company is not just making the profit out of us, but there is a large amount of bonding between the owner and the employment. And that is where this industry, which was later on named as an Impress cotton mill, I think large amount of people must be aware that the name Impress came because Queen Elizabeth was being announced as an, the owner of this country with the Impress, and that is where the name of the cotton industry was given as the Impress cotton industry. And that is how the beneficial employment factors have come into the bloods of the Tata. And I think later on we all know about various aspects of this, that how a good relation between the employer and the employee has to be there. I think this is where the Jamshetji Tata has made us realize that this is not only the outcome or the something that we have to look at. And I think to conclude, because the time is too short, then the Prime Minister of the country speaks about Jamshetji Tata as a one-man planning commission. So that becomes an important one-line message to understand how the thought process of Jamshetji was going on. And what is important today that we realize that Tata Group, that today also they holds about 95 industries with the Tata Group. And these are all the some important facts that I consider which becomes an important for all of us to realize in the context of industrialization, enrichment, and the empowerment of the people. And I think I must not have taken much time, but with this conclusion I can say that the Jamshetji Tata's visionary is still continue when we look at the one of the product which was launched by the Tata, which could not gotten success, is a Nano, by saying the car of a poor man. Well, this is something, a great message that we should realize, and that is where the Vigyan Bharati has tried for this particular aspect. With this, Dhanyavad, Namaskar.
So on everybody's behalf, first let me thank all my speakers for illuminating us with so many different facets of Jamshetji. These are facets that are sometimes known in discrete manner, in silos we read them, but we do not put them in a total context all at once. And contextualizing the lives of such great people of this country is very important as we celebrate the Amrit Kal in the next 25 years, and Vigyan Bharati is committed to that. So I'll first go through this panel with a series of very brief questions or certain points that I would like them to illuminate. I'll first start with you, sir. You mentioned about the role of specialty chemicals and how thoughtful was the planning of the Tata Group all these years. Where do you see you had the Tata Chemicals, sort of, serving the country and the country's chemicals needs for a very long time. Where do you see the chemical industry growing and going? And what would be the key continuing influence of Jamshetji in the next 25 years or so?
Okay, now as far as chemical industry is concerned, we have China, of course, as our competitor. But then, as I said, we are the finished product manufacturers, whereas we are doing a lot of imports from China and other locations. But then here the role of our institutions, they play a very important part. Okay, to support the industry. China has not come up just now. They are planning this, they have been doing this for the last 25 years or even more. They have built an infrastructure, they have built economies of scale, and they have been achieving it. But then technology. We have no dearth of technology, and institutions like Bombay University or IISc or even our ICT, that is Institute of Chemical Technology, are going to do wonders. Most of you guys must have heard about the IITs and the rankings they have. But at the same time, you should all know that Institute of Chemical Technology is amongst the top ranking chemical technology institute in the world. Hear me out, it is in the world. IITs may be ranking something like 200 plus, but ICT is one of the top 10. Plus, IISC, the technologies which are coming out of IISC are definitely going to be of big support to the industry. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Dr. Kenneth, let me ask you, are there any new facts about Jamshetji that are yet to be revealed?
You know, there are very interesting facts. I mean, it resonates with the current times. For example, Skill in India. I mean, Skill India is a policy which the Honorable Prime Minister advocates, and it's extremely important. When you talked about the Empress Mill, I mean, Arvindji talked about the Empress Mill. It was that time of the era where, you know, it was an agrarian society. India was an agrarian society. And the people used to come for some time, go back. They were not very serious about the job. He talked about what we call as internship, training of the people. Jamshetji thought about that during his time. And also, you talked about the corporate social responsibility. The Lancashire, so-called the developed country, they were ruling us. The facilities and ambience which were existing in the textile mills in Lancashire were nowhere comparable with what the Empress Mill had. Be it ventilation, be it sprinklers, clean. I mean, so that the people can survive. This is Tata. Another thing is, since you talked about the cotton trading, etc., at one point of time when the Swadeshi mill became very, very famous and the produce of what was produced by Swadeshi mill was supposed to go to Eastern countries, Japan and other places. What the Britishers, they always had some way to scuttle us. So they imposed more taxes. When we were supposed to take I mean, for example, you have to hire a ship line to transport that. But for Indians, the taxes were more. What Jamshetji did is he went and approached Nippon Shipping Company. He had his own shipping. Just not only to benefit himself as a Swadeshi mill owner, he also spoke to his competitors. He never felt that there's a competition. These are some of the aspects of Jamshetji. He was far beyond confining himself to his own company, but he was more towards the society, to the community. And I think he rightly pointed out, you know, the Zoroastrians were all driven out from their own homeland in 11th century. They settled here in Navsari and adopted this as their own land. So they felt perhaps in their own wisdom that giving back to the very society which has harbored them is central to their existence. And this was embodied by Jamshetji Tata.
I must also bring out a fact that this is something that has transpired only recently. So just 2 weeks ago, there was an announcement by the Tata Group that they are setting up a semiconductor plant in the UK. You know, they're making massive investments in the UK. It is perhaps said that this plant might come out, this fab might come out in Wales. And, you know, see the way the wheels of time turn, we will be providing, or the Tatas will be providing some of the leading jobs that that country would have through this particular semiconductor plant for the next 25, 30 years. So this is sort of a, what do you say? A riposte, a rejoinder to the colonizers that we are the ones who will be providing you jobs in a much humane manner, in a much constructive manner that you ever did to us for a good 150 years. Talking about innovation, Arvindji, you know, how do you see Jamshetji's influence in the next 25 years? From the standpoint of both National Innovation Foundation as well as Vignan Bharati.
Certainly. I think this also gives me one of the an opportunity to tell you how innovation was associated with Jamshetji. The cotton industry, which I was trying to refer to. Why do the production of this cotton industry at Nagpur have suddenly moved from 80% to 110%? Because when he was in his visit to United States, and in one of the laboratory there he saw the spindle frame, which was yet even to be implemented by the United States. He immediately sent that spindle frames back to Nagpur and asked the technical team to just make use of it and how better can it be utilized. The amount of revolution that used to happen with the earlier spindle was 6,000 per minute or so. So by this new spindle frame, which was being implemented by him well ahead of the United States, by which the number of revolutions per minute increased from 6,000 to 9,000, which was even not aware, where the United States was not aware, and that has made the cotton industry to have a more production. So his association with innovation is something that it was quite well in advance. And as far as this, the innovation aspect and Vigyan Bharat is concerned, we also look for having such a bonding wherein, because now we, as a National Innovation Foundation, we work for the grassroots innovations. Those who are marginalized people, those never gotten chance to get recognized their innovations, and which still have a larger potentials to get converted into product, and of course the employment generation. So we consider that because Vigyan Bharat is one of the Vibhavani, has that particular aspect associated with it. So we look forward for having an association with them by which we actually can scout and identify such innovations and the innovators through which we can try to recognize them with these ideas.
I must tell our young audience that cotton, although it appears a mundane sector now at this point in time, but back then it was one of the most advanced industries. It was supporting a large fraction of the global economy. Manchester, at that point in time, was called as Cottonopolis. And the cotton for that Cottonopolis was coming entirely from India. And we were fighting the British in a way that they had unwavered control over the entire cotton textile mill that spanned from Mumbai to Ahmedabad up north, as well as in the western Maharashtra. But setting up in Nagpur was a strategic decision that he made, so that he not only interferes in the cotton trade by introducing the Swadeshi element to it, but at the same time, he was focusing more on the peninsular railway that was going between Nagpur and Mumbai. Because the railway track spanning from Ahmedabad to Mumbai was completely under the British control. And there was no way that, despite he being from Navsari, and Navsari was on the same line, railway line, he chose Nagpur. So there are so many facts and facets of his life which, if we put into right context, we'll be able to understand. Now, before closing this session, I'd like to invite our audience to come up with any questions that you have for our panelists. Anybody? Anybody up there?
Hello. So much of these strategies which you have specified, as you brought out all these anecdotes, they seem to figure out probably only in engineering or probably management. And what we understand now is that when we are making this shift under the NEP by various courses and so on, so, I think that these kind of elements need to be emphasized, especially it falls well under the Skill India or, the Swadeshi and so on. Especially the industrial, I would say the industrial revolution of India, and that needs to be an important aspect of the curriculum. So this is my humble suggestion. I'm Dr. Radha from Physics Department of the University of Mumbai.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very important point. We'll try to implement that, because the goal of this entire exercise is to bring these aspects of history and learn lessons from it. It is not just about, getting scores in exams. It is about learning from their experiences and implementing in our lives. Anybody else? Among the young crowd?
So it's this Advocate Deepak Parmar. I'm an IP attorney, and it's question more of a suggestion or not a question. IP learning should be the part of the curriculum at a very younger age as possible, because what we are talking about innovation, but what if those innovations are not properly patented? So this is something which is we all need to think. Number of patent filing by India is rising, but it should be much more and should not be wasted our innovation.
Point well taken, sir. Number as well as quality of the IP.
My dear young ladies and gentlemen, you have been invited here to participate in this discussion. So even if you feel that the question is irrelevant, please do pose it. We will make it relevant to this discussion, okay? Please go ahead. Because unless and until you break the ice, one of you has to get up and be bold to raise a question. Inculcate that habit. And that is always going to help you. Not only here, but in future of your careers also. So do get up, my dears.
Yeah, be as bold as Jamshetji.
Anyway, I think the guys are feeling the move towards the lunch.
Okay.
So not an issue.
Yeah, our speakers are available to you. You can approach them, ask them questions if you have in person during the lunchtime. And I'll now invite Dr. Madhav Rajawade sir to come on board on stage and make an important announcement.
Good afternoon, everyone. There are two important announcements. One is obviously about the lunch, which we are breaking for, but I'm sure everybody knows that we are not here only for that. At the back over there, there are two exhibitions. One is an online exhibition, which is curated specially by Tata Archives, and it is completely dedicated to Jamshetji's contribution. And then another one is the exhibition by Vigyan Bharati, which has been designed to tell you about what are the activities of our organization and what has been our legacy as a ancient science and technology power. This is the first thing I want you to remember, dear students and other invitees over here. Do take advantage of the exhibition. Now, second thing is about lunch arrangements. What has happened is when we began registrations in the morning, it so happened that some of the students reached late, so we could not register them. They have their kits, but they don't have their coupons. Now, what works is like this, that when you go out of the auditorium, on the my right-hand side, there are lunch tables arranged. You please form your queues, your queue over there at two different places. There will be people who will guide you. Just line up for it. If you have a coupon, please present it. If you don't have it, then our volunteers will go in the line and will make sure that everybody gets a coupon. So don't wait for the registration counter over here in the hall. Just proceed towards the lunch table. Line up at two different places. Pick up your plate. It's a divided plate. You can quickly finish your lunch and come back in the hall. Take advantage of the exhibition all over again. And as Mr. Ravrani has very nicely instigated you, I should say, in a good manner, do ask questions. This is an opportunity to come forward and ask your queries. Please take advantage of it. Thank you.
Hello, check.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. May I request everyone to kindly occupy the chairs, please? We'll begin the post-lunch session in next couple of minutes. बाहेर इतस्ततः जेवणाच्या निमित्ताने आणि नंतर आचवण्याच्या निमित्ताने पांगलेल्या मंडळींनी आत येऊन बसावं अशी त्यांना विनंती आहे. I request everyone to kindly be seated. Let us begin the next panel discussion in few minutes. May I request all the teacher in charges of various colleges to bring your students back and occupy the seats, please. मला या गोष्टीची खात्री आहे की टाटा आर्काईव्हच्या सहाय्यानं जमशेदजी टाटा यांच्यावरचं ऑनलाईन प्रदर्शन इथे आपल्याला उपलब्ध करून दिलं आहे. जेवण झाल्यानंतर मग तुम्ही तरुण मुलांनी आपल्या पूर्वजांनी काय कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन या देशासाठी दिलेली आहे हे सारं बघितलं असेल याची मला खात्री आहे. Good afternoon, everyone. Kindly occupy the seats as fast as possible. We are a little behind the schedule and we have to make it up. सुरू करूया आपण पुढचं का अजून 2 मिनिटं थांबू. पण वेळ किती ओके कोण मॅनेज करणार आहे. हु इज द मॉडरेटर फॉर दिस सेशन? Giri, Dr. Giri. Still 5 minutes to go. We'll begin the session exactly at 3 p.m. It's a humble request to everyone. I'm sure actually you might have visited the collection about Jamshetji Tata, which has been shared here online by the Tata Archives. It's a pleasure watching the contribution of our ancestors to the development of this country. And I'm sure that the generation next is very much interested about the development of the ancient country and having the futuristic approach to be the Vishwaguru. At 3 p.m., we will be having a panel discussion on educate and innovate. The participants in the panel discussion are Dr. Sudhakar Agarkar, the Dean, VPM Academy of International Education and Research. Dr. Srinivas Sharanpani, Consultant, Tata Technologies, Pune, and Swami Dayadhipananda, Ramakrishna Mission Hospital, Mumbai. So they'll be having a discussion on the topic Educate and Innovate. After the panel discussion, we'll be having the Q&A session for some time, and then we'll move ahead with the valedictory function. गिरी तुम्ही तिकडनं करता इकडनं करता Welcome back. It's 3:01 and let us begin the second half of the national seminar and exhibition organized jointly by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Vigyan Bharati, and one of the oldest universities of the country, Mumbai University. We are having the seminar on the subject Jamshetji Tata, the unsung hero. There are a couple of questions whether Jamshetji Tata is unsung hero. There was a question raised by Dr. Kakodkar in the morning. But yes, he's unsung hero in terms of his contribution in the nation building. You know him as the industrialist, but as a philanthropist, as a thinker, as a giver, as a doer, we really hardly know anything about it. And today's this particular seminar is going to throw light on this particular aspect. And I'm sure the generation next might have visited the exhibition which has been shared with us by the archives of the Tatas about Jamshetji Tata. And now, here we go ahead with the second session, the panel discussion about educate and innovate. I would like to hand over the mic to Dr. Giri, and it's all yours. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. We welcome you all again after a hearty lunch that you might have had. And I'm sure there'll be questions coming now that your tummies are filled. So we are hoping questions, this time. Okay. After a very good first session, which was largely focused on industrialize, enrich, and empower. That was the theme. And that was the theme of the contributions that Jamshetji has given to the country. In the second session, it is more about educate and innovate. What did he exactly do to make sure that modern education, as we see it in the current context and construct, he's played a very big role in institutionalizing that. And when I mean education, it is not just about science or engineering education. Educations of all kind. You know, some of you might be interested in hotel management or in tourism. Anybody here from hotel management, tourism? Anybody interested in pursuing career there? Up there? Tourism? Who wants to work in tourism industry? I see 2 hands over there. Okay? 2 hands, 3 hands. Okay, just 3. Who wants to go to Taj Hotel next? Everybody wants to go there. You know, the idea is Taj has become an epitome of hospitality just because of the efforts that Jamshetji put. He wasn't doing it just for the sake of business. Some of you may not know that Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus was actually not the last station, nor was the Churchgate the last station of this particular line. Trains used to come very much up to Kolaba, very close by here, down south of this particular campus. And as was told in the earlier session, there was a need for making space for traders and industrialists from other parts of the country to come and stay over here, do their business, because this being a trading city, a port city, and they had no really nice place to stay. Taj was created just to make sure that they stay here under very good luxury, and the best in the hospitality business was inculcated in that particular institution. Taj has become an epitome of luxury. It has become a museum of sorts. You know, if you go into the alleys of the hotel, you will find the who's who of the world have stayed there in that hotel. And that also brings a lot of memory, that also brings a lot of soft power diplomacy, as we say. It's a soft power symbol of the country. Whenever you think of Mumbai, if you put Mumbai into a few pictures, the municipal corporation is one building, the other building is the terminus, and the third building that comes to mind is Gateway of India, and along with Gateway of India, it's always the Taj Hotel. So it has become a mark of our city's history, all thanks to Jamshetji. Apart from that, there's a lot that he innovated. Taj, at that point in time, was a symbol of innovation. It was the first hotel of its sort to be powered by hydroelectric power. There was no hotel around in the vicinity or in the region which was powered by hydroelectric power in the way it was back then. So a lot of innovation has gone into this. He also made sure that these innovative practices are inculcated among the people who work for the company. And we have somebody amongst us who's worked for the Tata Technologies for a very long time. He's been one of the pioneering persons who has had his role played in the development of Tata Nano. We have Dr. Srinivas Sharangpani ji, sir. We welcome you on the stage. Another mega institution that we think of whenever we think of Mumbai and its research output is the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. As was mentioned by Dr. Ranade in the earlier session, TIFR is the crux of, it is at the center of India's both atomic and space programs. Both these programs had their genesis in TIFR campus. Again, the family played a very big role. The cutting edge research that happens in that particular institution has made tremendous headways and into the innovation output of this country. And we have amongst us somebody who's worked in TIFR and in the past few years has been the Dean of VPM Academy of International Education and Research in Thane, Dr. Sudhakar Agarkarji. Sir, we welcome you to the stage. And as you might have heard, Jamshetji was not only a man of business and innovation, he was a man of deep philosophy. And that is something that resonated very well when he met Swami Vivekananda on his way to Yokohama. That was when Swami Vivekananda was traveling from Japan to North America to give the very famous speech in the World Parliament of Religions, 1893. Yes, I'm bad with years, but this time I got it right. And during that voyage from India to Japan, that was when Jamshetji and Swamiji met. You know, and this was a chance meeting. This wasn't planned. Swamiji was traveling on his own, so was Jamshetji was on his personal voyages to learn about various tricks of the trade that were going around in those times. And that is where these two great men met. And that is how the idea of Indian Institute of Science was seeded. But let me tell you, Swami Vivekananda was not only instrumental in setting up IISc, he was quite instrumental in bringing in a lot of innovation in his times, especially the Advanced Studies Institution in Champavati in Himachal Pradesh. There was no other institution of that sort anywhere in the world at that point in time. Swami Vivekananda was a visionary when it came to science and technology and interdisciplinary research. At the same time, Swami Vivekananda also played a great role in supporting one of India's greatest scientists, Dr. J.C. Bose. J.C. Bose, who we know for his research on cresograph and biophysics, his research wouldn't have happened had it not been Swami Vivekananda standing tall behind him. So again, to speak more about Swami Vivekananda, his interaction with Jamshetji, and what exactly went in the minds of these two great sons of India when they met. We have with us Pujaniya Swami Dayadipananda ji. He is right now the superintendent of Ramakrishna Mission Hospital in Khar, sannyasi and a saint from the Ramakrishna Mission sect that has its imprints not only all across India but all across the world. Swamiji, we welcome you to the stage. So we first invite Dr. Sharangpani to make his intervention. You can sit there and you can use the mic, sir. That should be fine. I have a presentation. Okay. That's visible. Yeah.
Namaste, the respected audience and respected days. At the outset, I would like to make a couple of corrections. In my introduction, I have been shown or printed as Dr. Sharangpani. I am no doctor. I am just simple Srinivas Sharangpani, a simple graduate in engineering. Now, the other correction which I would like to mention here is that I have been shown as a consultant to Tata Technologies, which of course I was. But before that, For 33 years, I worked in Engineering Research Center, the R&D part of Tata Motors, which gave the world, or first India, India's first commercial truck. Tata 1210, then Tata 1516, and now I don't know, the huge range up to 40 or 50 or even 60 tons gross vehicle weight capacity commercial vehicles are being made in Tata Motors. Later in my career, Tata Motors started developing passenger cars. So I was involved to a certain extent, up to, very rightly said by Mr. Giri, that I was involved in the development of Tata Nano, especially in the final phase, where we found that the cost, the wish price of the vehicle was somewhere here, and the actual cost was going somewhere much higher. So at that point of time, Mr. Tata felt that if I have worked so much for innovation in most of the segments of Tata Motors, why I shouldn't be appointed as a head of a team which would look at this big difference and close the gap. So I was made head of a group called Fresh Eye Approach Team, where we worked very hard and then brought the cost of Nano so much that it could be sold at the price which was indicated, that is 1 lakh. So with these two corrections, and of course in the earlier presentations or talks, most of the speakers have talked about what Jamshetji Tata did for the country, and many of the speakers earlier also talked about the innovations which Mr. Jamshetji did. So actually my task becomes much easier because I don't have to repeat those things. But I would certainly like to impress upon you, like this seminar or whatever is happening here is making an impression on the audience. I think it should be made something like this. It is making impressions on you. So likewise, whatever Jamshetji Tata did in his lifetime made a lot of impression on all the Tata companies. And sometimes it is said that there is fear out of respect. Many times I have felt myself when Mr. Tata came to see some of the vehicles which we had developed, we used to be scared. If he saw that corner that is slightly bent, he won't be happy. So the fear was in us. Why? Because of that legacy, that what he will think. So similarly, all of us in Tata Group, we always feel, suppose if we do something wrong, what will Jamshetji Tata think looking from above? So we shouldn't do this. So somebody spoke about the ethics part, which has now translated into what is called today Tata Code of Conduct. So anyone who has worked in Tata company, he is supposed to take the oath that he will not go beyond the boundaries which are laid down in the Tata Code of Conduct, where it is very clearly mentioned how he will deal with seniors, how he will deal with juniors, how he will deal with, or he or she, with the suppliers, with anyone, with the customers. All that is nicely put down in bullet points, and one is supposed to take an oath on that. And then he becomes fully a member of Tata family, which I am. Although I am retired, I still consider myself to be a member of the Tata family. I myself was mentored by none other than Mr. Ratan Tata, with whom I worked on many innovations, Some of them, they got translated into patents, and some of them must be in the pipeline, I do not know. And nowadays, of course, I do innovations, but I don't wait for any patent or anything. It is open to anyone. So there are many innovations which I have done in that sphere also, without talking about IPR. Somebody was talking during the lunchtime that why India is lagging in IPR, why there are not many patents coming out, whereas Western countries, and Japan and Korea, they are churning out patents like nobody's business. Why it's not happening in India? The answer is, there are 2-3 parts to it. The first is, we were lagging behind. We were aware, even I was not aware about patent things, etc., till Mr. Tata came to me and said, to my office, and said, why you have invented this thing and why that patent has not been yet filed? I said, I do not know. I have given the papers to the IPR department. Call that IPR person, and then it was sorted out. But still, it took something like 3 or 4 years for me to get the patent. So there are many things. One thing, our awareness. The other thing was lot of babugiri and khabugiri in the government. The government processes, the procedures are so tough that a guy like me, why he doesn't go for patents nowadays? Because I say, to hell with it, this is open, anyone can use this and make the country or the world rich by way of whatever is mentioned in the idea. So we'll talk about the, this is a very good point. When the organizers asked me to speak about the innovations of Jamshetji, I was scared. Not because I am scared of speaking, because I have given the talks in Austria, Germany, US, and other countries in front of even thousands of people. So that was not the problem. The problem was Jamshetji Tata's whole life is full of innovations. And his life is like an open book. So what is for me to talk about? So whatever he did, everyone has spoken about the Indian Hotels Company, that is Taj, how he innovated in bringing out Tata Steel, Tata Engineering and Locomotive, that is Telco, later on Tata Motors, which came much later. But I would still say that it was, the legacy lay, and the brainchild, its legacy belonged to Jamshetji Tata, because Jamshetji Tata always wanted to do something in this country by the whole people of this country and for the people of this country. And later on, of course, to the world also. But this was his motto. He was the first Swadeshi person propounding the Swadeshi principle, as you have all heard. So I was worried that what I would speak about. Now you all know that he was pioneer in Indian industry, so father of Indian industry, all right. He was a great innovator. Everybody has spoken about that. He was so forward-looking that whatever today we are is actually a legacy, or whatever important thoughts that he proclaimed in his own time. He looked forward of India becoming Atmanirbhar. This is a word which has been being spoken every day nowadays. But without knowing the word, he was trying to make this country Atmanirbhar, or self-sufficient, self-reliant in almost every sphere, be it basic raw materials, industry, power, education, you name it. He has done that. So, talking about these things and bringing those ideas into practice, if this is not innovation, then what is? So I would call him the pioneer innovator, the country's first innovator. Or rather, I would say, because there are some elders sitting here, they may not like, even in ancient India, there were innovators. So, innovator par excellence of modern India, I would like to call him that. Now, he was very perseverant. One must, I pioneered the idea of a totally green engine in 2018. Today it is 2023, and I am nowhere near making the prototype of that totally green engine, the idea which I proposed in 2018, and my 2 papers were published in 2 international journals. My press conference also took place. Many people said that if this becomes a reality, India will be on the top of the world in energy crisis, in the energy sphere, so to say. But still I am lagging. I don't have that kind of patience. But Jamshetji, he had a lot of patience. He waited 17 years for his idea of Tata Steel to bring into reality. In fact, he was not there to see the first ingot which got rolled from Tata Steel in Jamshedpur, which was, I think, Sachi and Bistupur area of today's Jamshedpur or Tata Nagar. Many of his ideas, when they were fructified, he was not there to see, except the Taj Hotel, which he was there. Many of his ideas took so long that it was beyond his own lifetime. So he was a great, patient and perseverant kind of innovator, and that we must look forward to. We should not get disheartened because somebody doesn't listen to our idea. It has happened to me a number of times. Dozens of times it has happened to me. But I have learned one thing, that if a pioneer like Jamshetji can wait 17, 18 years, sometimes even beyond that, for his idea to fructify, why am I so crying that a few years my idea has not taken any shape? So patience, my friend, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle said, patience, you will find in time that it has everything to do with it. So success has got everything to do with patience and perseverance. So you must have, along with innovation, you must be perseverant. And Jamshetji was that. And he was perseverant. That's why we are enjoying the fruits of his effort. That we must always remember. Next. Now at Tata Steel, many people have talked about, Sir Upcott, who was Registrar of Industries, he ridiculed Mr. Tata. But if Mr. Tata produces steel of the quality at which it is being made in UK, I will eat each pound of steel that he makes here. And later on, Mr. Dorab Tata laughingly said that we are now into 1912, the ingots are being rolled out from Tata Steel. If Mr. Upcott is here, probably he will have a problem of indigestion. So that is how they take even the insults which were thrown at Tatas. And I will tell you many, many more such instances which even Mr. Ratan Tata has, experienced. So they leave aside the ridicule. They work relentlessly and patiently till their idea sees the light of the day. Now he was the first who said that the area where the factory is, the workers should not be traveling a lot from their homes in nearby villages, cycling or maybe in bullock carts or whatever, and then come to the factory. There should be a colony for them just near the steel plant. Today also it is there. Whatever is called Tata Nagar, it has got the places of residence for everyone. All sorts of quarters are there. Workers can stay there. The staff can stay there. Even the topmost executives of Tata Steel stay there. I have been there. I have been with them, so I know. This is the first-hand information. He said, if somebody is not feeling well, why he should go out of the plant and go to some dispensary and all that? The dispensary should be right in the steel plant. So there was dispensary. Even for the food, the workers should not go to their houses and come back. Even if the colony was very nearby. They should have a nice canteen where they can go get good quality hot food for them to relish. So the time will be saved for the company as well as for the workers. The provident fund, the medical aid, dispensary, you name it. Even in the colony there are football grounds, and he has written on in his will to his sons that in Tata Nagar or Jamshedpur there should be a lot of trees. There should be football ground, there should be cricket ground, there should be hockey ground. Every kind of ground is there. I have been there, and it is since hundreds of years it is still there. So this kind of innovation was thought by Mr. Jamshetji Tata. 8 hours working also, long before it was made a norm by International Labour Organization, long before ILO made such regulation. Even the government of India also didn't make this resolution to make the working hours 48 hours in a week or 8 hours a day. This was first propounded and practiced by Jamshetji. And today you can see Tata Steel is one of the biggest steel makers in the world. Tata Power. Now everyone has spoken about the hydroelectric power, its benefits and this and that. But there is a very important thing that he thought about making an artificial lake in the Ghats, Western Ghats, by building walls and collecting the water which goes down the hills, collecting that water and then through pipes brought down to Khopoli and then running generators on that. This idea was ridiculed by the doyens of industry in Mumbai itself, not to speak about the British government. They were always against whatever Mr. Tata proposed. So everybody ridiculed, but he went ahead with his plan of building those artificial lakes. 3 lakes were built, and the water which was flown through the pipelines was converted into electric power. But he was told that it will be very expensive to conduct that power from Khopoli to Mumbai. It will be very expensive. He took that challenge. He met certain experts in UK, and through transmission lines brought the power to Mumbai, and it was much less than what Britishers had expected. So he had his own way of ridiculing British through his deeds. As Sachin Tendulkar used to say, I will answer with my bat. So Jamshetji used to answer whatever ridicule or insult came his way, used to answer those things with his deeds. So this was one of the deeds. He did at this very low cost power. Today we are talking, I myself teach and take workshops on value engineering. The moment, because we have done this nano car, and I told you that nano cars cost was very high, and we brought it down by closing the gap. So we are experts in value engineering. The moment we see any product, immediately in our mind, we start thinking how this can be made, the same product can be made with much lesser weight, with much lesser energy required, with much lesser resources. So this is value engineering. But Mr. Jamshetji Tata was a doyen of value engineering in India. Long before this word was known, he practiced value engineering. That's why he is such a great person. Today, of course, Tata Power is one of the largest power companies in the country. Top class research, everybody has heard. Of course, Swami Vivekananda met him during his voyage from Tokyo to US. And he proposed that if you really want the country to progress, these schools, colleges and all that is not going to be sufficient. It should be research of the high class. So this bug went into the brains of Jamshetji Tata. And as you see, the result is Indian Institute of Science. Today also, when I went to Bangalore some time back, I said I want to go to Indian Institute of Science. They said, Tata Institute? So you see, like you Mumbaikars, even when I say I want to go to Hutatma Chowk, they say, Fountain? Like that, in Bangalore, that Indian Institute is still known as Tata Institute. And this is the success, or I won't say success, because Jamshetji never looked, never measured his deeds in that, measure, like success or defeat or whatever. But his legacy is alive today. If people are saying, oh, you mean to say Tata Institute? That shows that how much we owe to Tatas and especially Jamshetji Tata. Next. Taj Mahal Hotel, everybody has spoken. It is next year. But few people know that in those days, somebody said that it used hydroelectric power, which is right. But it was the first hotel in Mumbai to use fans. It was the first hotel in Mumbai. Even the European hotels in Mumbai were not having air conditioning. But Taj was air conditioned in those days, right from day one. And how? Those days were not the days of today's air conditioning, modern air conditioning. Today's air conditioners are with the compressors and all that, condensers and those things, cooling towers, everything. They used ice cubes. And Mr. Jamshetji Tata's friend, one Parsi fellow, who had a huge factory, ice factory. So every day, a lot of ice used to be bought from that ice maker. It used to be put into certain, contraption where the cool water used to fall down from the ice blocks, and the fans used to blow that air, which was cooled by that cool air. So it was the first hotel to use air conditioning of a primitive kind, you may say, but the idea is great, that my guests should not suffer from this humid, hot Mumbai air. It was highly self-contained. There were tailors. There was dispensary, doctor at call. If somebody was sick in some room, he only had to call the bellhop and the doctor used to appear. So these were extremely forward-looking thoughts, innovations that Jamshetji made, and not only made, he put those things into practice by relentlessly following that you do this as I have told you. Next. The legacy continues. Today, as I told you, we used to be scared that if Mr. Ratan Tata is coming to see the car, this latest prototype of a nano car, and he wants to drive that, oh, the seat is not very comfortable. Oh, so let's change that. So overnight we used to change the seat, we used to make some changes, and we used to be scared. Why? Because of that legacy, that what he will think. He will not say anything. I have never seen more modest man than Mr. Ratan Tata. He used to just look at us, and then we used to realize that something is wrong with us and something has happened and we must correct it. Another very modest person I could see, I should say only 3 or 4 I met amongst the galaxy of top people whom I met. Abdul Kalam, Sir Abdul Kalam was one. So they were only through their looks, they used to tell us that, look, something is wrong somewhere. So Tata Motors has given first indigenous trucks. They are making trucks in Spain, making in Korea, making in India, of course, exporting to many countries. More than 100 countries they are exporting their products. They are making passenger cars. They have made a mark in the electric vehicles, so much so that the topmost electric vehicle company is today Tata Electric Vehicles. Tata Tiago, Tata Nexon, Tata Tagore. These are the vehicles which are very sought after. So these, and somebody said that for a common man there should be a car. And this bug bit Mr. Ratan Tata's mind. And Nano was born. And we have spent our tears, our blood, and our sweat in making those products. This is the legacy. Maybe in some Korean and Japanese and other companies, there are executives who draw much better salary than us, perhaps. But we are loyal to this Tata because of this Tata legacy, that we are doing something for the country, for something for the society, because Tata company's motto is that all the profit that is made by Tata companies should be pumped back into the society via trusts. So there is Tata Trust, which makes sure that everything goes back to the society. Back. TIFR, you know, Eka computer, supercomputer. Why only government should be making CDAC, was making supercomputers. So Narendra Karmarkar and Tata, TIFR, they came together and made this Eka supercomputer a few years ago. Titan made at one point of time world's slimmest wristwatch, something like 1.5 to 2 millimeters thick. Tata Chemicals got the, they also had this bug of innovation and produced Swatch, the non-power consuming water purifier. Today also you can buy it. It doesn't use any power. And of course, Tata Chemicals. Another thing Tata Chemicals did was, you may not be knowing, Tata Chemicals bought arid land in the country at many places, and through their chemical treatment, they have converted those arid land pieces into fertile ones. So this is one innovation which Tata Chemicals has made. Tata Steel also has produced many products which are. Next. You have delayed so much, so let me also get a bit of time, and the people should know some of those things which are happening inside. So this is because why I'm here and why I'm speaking to you, because I have experienced, I have been the part of it. Long ago, our teachers used to tell us in our colleges that in the United States, passenger cars are being made on a conveyor. Every minute, a car is manufactured, and executives are presented with the car as bonus. We were surprised that this is happening in the US, and we are nowhere. But I lived to see that dream happening here in India. In Tata Motors also, every minute a car is being produced. Executives and other managers are given as bonus the passenger cars as bonus gift. So I also became an innovator thanks to the legacy. I had some patents in my name, and some of my innovations do not have any patent, as I have told. So Jamshetji's legacy will continue, and I'm sure even 100 years from now, or you are celebrating Amrit Mahotsav, but in the Shatabdi or the centenary of Indian independence, we still will be singing the songs of the innovations of Jamshetji Tata. Thank you very much for being very patient with me and listening to whatever I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite Dr. Sudhakar Agarkar ji for your intervention.
Can I have my slides, please, Abhijit, so that I can be sharp? Friends, as it was said that I had an opportunity to work at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research for 4 decades, so I have experienced a legacy, and that I would share in my lecture. This is, of course, the first slide where the title and my name is there. Take the second slide, please. What I will do is I will focus on 3 aspects. Number 1 is his contribution to the establishment of educational research institution. The second aspect that I am going to discuss is his innovation in industrial practices and in management. And the third thing that I am going to discuss with you is support to deserving scholars through endowment fund. These are my 3 points of my lecture. Next slide, please. Okay. So this was already referred to, that Vivekananda was traveling from Yokohama to Vancouver. In the same ship, Jamshetji Tata was there. They had a discussion. Both were, patriotic people. They were thinking how to improve India's conditions. There are so much to discuss, and they had enough time on a ship. What else you could do? And these are so many days. In fact, maybe more than a month. So they had a lot of points to discuss. One was certainly to create manpower here in India so that it could stand on its own feet. This was the point of discussion. Next slide, please. There has been a discussion on, when we meet each other in a journey, we ask, where are you going? And for what you are going. So Jamshetji asked Vivekananda, where are you going? He said, I'm going to Chicago. For what? For the conference on religion. Fine. What for you are going? He said, I am going to get a steel plant because we want to have produce steel in India. And I was trying to get the steel plant from Britain. They refused to give it to me, and therefore I am going to USA to explore if I can get the steel plant so that we could make steel within the country. So at that time, Vivekananda commented, it's good that you are thinking of applied science. This is engineering. This is applied science. But at the same time, we need to focus on basic science. That was the comment. And that comment has left an impression on Jamshetji, which he has been thinking. This was 1893. He has been thinking, and after 5 years, on the left-hand side, there is a letter written by Jamshetji to Vivekananda, which is dated, you can read that, 23 November 1898. After 5 years, he wrote to Vivekananda, whatever discussion we had, it has been in my mind. Now I have some money with me and I would like to establish an educational research institute in basic sciences. That was the idea. Next. Even though he had idea, he had money, government was not ours. It was British government. And the British government did not want us to progress. So, and unless you get their permission, how could you do? So what Jamshetji did was, Jamshetji took the help of Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University and went to meet the Viceroy. Lord Curzon was the Viceroy at that time. And they had put forth the idea that, we want to establish an institution. Would you be able to help us or permit us? Of course, what one would do, the administrator would do, let us form a committee. Let us consult. Whom they will consult? They will consult the Royal Society. And when they consulted the Royal Society said, okay, let us send a professional scientist to find out whether this idea is feasible. And William Ramsay, who was known at that time, he is the person who has discovered inert gases. And so he came here, he found out that the idea is good, it must be implemented, and he also recommended that Bangalore is a proper place for establishing such an institution. You can imagine what thinking might have gone in his mind. And then, of course, next slide, please. Then, of course, he started taking help from others. Of course, when you want to establish an institution, you need a land, you need a money. Sir, next slide, please. Next. You need a land, you need a money, and of course, people to run the show. And here you can see, here is a building of the Indian Institute of Science. Of course, a very big campus. And our Tata Institute has a mathematics department there in Bangalore IISc campus. We also have Center for Biological Sciences, NCBS, there. We have a very close contact with that. So and you try, remember, this was not named after Tata. This was named as Institute of Science, okay, Indian Institute of Science. And he wanted to take the help. Maharaja of Mysore came forward and said, okay, I have a land, I'll give you land. And there were others also donating money, instruments, whatever, etc. And finally, the institution took shape, but this took shape after the death of Jamshetji. Jamshetji died in 1904, and this institution, you can see, there was there had to be agreement signed between the British government and Indian philanthropic people, and that was done on May 27, 1909. And finally, the teaching started in 1911. And I have given the names of people who were the directors at that time. You can see all were foreigners. Professor Travers from 1909 to 14, Dr. A.G. Bourne, 15 to 21, Sir Martin Foster, 33 to 21 to 33. And the first Indian director was Chandrasekhar Venkatraman in 1933, and he continued up to 37. And for all those girls, I would like to tell you, the first girl student of Indian Institute of Science was Kamala Sohani. And this girl had to quarrel with Chandrasekhar Venkatraman, because when she applied for MSc in IISc, her application was refused because girls have no tendency to research. Why should they come here? And it was refused. So she went, quarreled with Raman sir, and Raman said, okay, you work here for 1 year, I'll see whether you are a suitable candidate and we can be permitted. And now you know, it is a history. Later on, of course, large number of girls came into. Okay. So this was regarding the institution, which is now, it has been said that it is a very renowned institution. It has produced large number of scientists, it has produced large number of technocrats, and the facility is very good. And as I told you, not only they encourage young people to do something, they also encourage exchange of visits. Wonderful ideas are being born. Let me now go to the other aspect. As I told you, innovation. I was telling you innovation in industrial practices and innovation in management. Some time back, it was told that Jamshetji Tata wanted to build a textile industry, and he did it in Nagpur. I did my master's in Nagpur, so when I went to there, I had a very curiosity. What does this impress well mean? And when was this established, etc. I was not knowing that information will be useful today. So variety of information I have found out. At this time, we don't have time to share all that, but what I'm trying to tell you is that he had innovations practiced in the company. Of course, as I told you, those were the days when cloths were imported from Britain, and Manchester cloth was very popular. And at some stage, people said, oh, don't use, they burn them. So burning is not a solution. What is the solution? Solution is to prepare cloth superior than that. If you can provide cloth superior than that, certainly people will buy your cloth. Why? There is no question of burning that. And in order to do that, he has encouraged large the employees there who were not very literate, not highly qualified, but they did it. And as someone was telling, he bought spindles from Europe, and even in Europe this was not being used, practiced regularly, but here he did, and therefore he could remain in the competition. Next, please. Here I have said innovation in management, which has also been said that for the employees, he has established provident fund, he has started pension fund, he has the hospitals for the people, and there used to be annual prize distribution function, so to the deserving candidate. And I would like to tell you that that tradition still continues. The watch that I am wearing is Titan watch that was given to me by TIFR after I completed my 25 years of service in TIFR. So it still continues. So, giving award, it will not be very big. Some small thing, it still continues, and that creates bonding. And therefore, there is a term called Tata family. I happened to give a lecture in Johannesburg, and someone came and said, "Oh, you come from Tata family." So I also work in Tata Steel. So we are family members. We never met each other. So you will find this culture continues. And this innovation also continues. For example, in the decade of 1970, when we wanted to start science education cell in TIFR, it was Tata Trust which supported us. Professor V.G. Kulkarni and Professor Udgavkar, who went to talk to Professor Choksi at that time in Tata Trust, Kulkarni used to tell us that before I finish my Limca, Choksi said, "We'll give you 15 lakhs of rupees. You start Homi Bhabha Center for science education." And now Homi Bhabha Center, has become a big entity. This was 1974. Okay, so this is also innovation in management. Next. One more thing which I would like to tell you is that there are many deserving candidates who do not have money to get higher education, and especially higher education in countries abroad, because in those days we did not have much facility. They had to go abroad. And how would they go? In order to help them, Jamshetji created Tata Endowment Fund. This is called J.N. Tata Endowment Fund. And through this endowment fund, scholarship were given to deserving candidates who wanted to undertake higher education, either they MSc or PhD or postdoctoral, not for graduation. And you can, even now this fund is working. The procedure starts in the month of March. You have to apply first, and then there will be written in test, then there will be interview, and finally somewhere July, August, the decision is given. But one thing I would like to tell you, even though this is called scholarship, it is a loan, because Jamshetji wanted that this money should come back to the main corpus and larger number of students should get benefited. I know them because our beloved Jain Narlikar was a Tata scholar, and he used to give a check to Tata Endowment Fund until he was in TIFR. Later he moved to Pune, and I have given some of the name. Dr. Raja Ramanna was also a Tata scholar, and our past president K.R. Narayanan was also a Tata scholar. And the information is given that Dr. Freni Kama, a lady, was the first Tata scholar. And this has created large number of manpower. Next, please. So this is my last slide. So there are 3 points. Our Prime Minister now is saying that we should have Atmanirbhar. But this Atmanirbhar idea has been implemented by this man 150 years ago. This is what I am trying to see. And then the second point is his efforts have resulted into a band of innovators and entrepreneurs. You can see the culture, you can see the environment that has been created here in India because of this. And his administrative ideas, of course, created a band of loyal customers. For the last 100 years, there is no strike in Tata company. Okay, which is because there is a bond between the owner and the worker. There is no gap. And you must have seen Ratan Tata taking pictures with the workers and all that, all those things you must have seen on the social media. So this is where I would like to stop. What I have tried to share with you is what he has done for education, for research, and for innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that lovely intervention. You've actually summed up all the presentations that have happened in a very beautiful manner. I now invite Swamiji to make his intervention, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be a very unique intervention for you all.
I think I'm the last speaker of the day, right? So I think you're all very happy that this person is the last person who is going to speak. You know? Before I start speaking, can we chant together Om? It's a very good breathing exercise. When you breathe properly, your oxygen supply to your brain increases, your body increases. You feel rejuvenated. युवा जो है ना हमेशा ऊर्जा से भरा हुआ रहना चाहिए. So can you try that? Sit straight, please. Take a deep breath in. It's a wonderful experience when we chant Om with a feeling. Feel that divine energy is flowing through you. Take a deep breath. Chant with me. Om. All together loudly. Take a deep breath. My love and namaskars to all our young friends. At the outset, my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to University of Mumbai, who have organized a beautiful workshop, a day-long workshop in association with Vigyan Bharati, Ministry of Culture. Of course, this is our 75 years of Independence Day celebration. Throughout the year, we are having so many programs. Ramakrishna Mission also celebrating this Amrit Mahotsav with various programs. Coincidentally, this year is 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission's establishment. So Ramakrishna Mission is celebrating the year with various programs, the main focus being the youths. I come from Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai, where we have a charitable hospital, and Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai car is celebrating its 100 years, centenary celebrations. So many things are combined here. Since morning, I was meeting various people, and I was very happy to listen from them. Everybody is talking about Swami Vivekananda and his contribution. Yes, we do all agree. And Swami Vivekananda gave 2 mantras, words which has to be always remembered. वो 2 शब्द है त्याग और सेवा. Can you repeat with me? त्याग और सेवा, please. और थोड़ा जोर से, युवा है ना तुम लोग, थोड़ा ऊर्जा दिखाओ ना. I am not going to take more than 15 minutes, only 15 minutes with me. 2 शब्द क्या है वो? त्याग और सेवा से ही एक सदृढ़ भारत का निर्माण कर सकते हैं. Renunciance and service alone can rebuild the modern India. That was the vision of Swami Vivekananda.
स्वामी विवेकानंद ऋषि, जो हम ऋषि का नाम सुनते हैं ना, we are having a great heritage. Rishis, our forefathers. Swami Vivekananda said they are the real scientists of the inner world. Innovation की बात हम सुन रहे थे, wonderful presentations from both the speakers, and especially the second speaker gave the whole idea about Jamshetji Tata in a beautiful presentation. We listened maybe 20 minutes. I am sure he has spent 20 hours to do the research, collect the material, and put in a nice presentation. So we should have gratitude for all those speakers, right from the governor, vice chancellor, and so many eminent people who have been speaking with their life's experience. Experience with a difference, because they were guided with some ideas and ideals. They had some role models for them. Along with their reaching their highest position, they are role models. So, my dear young friends, you are all very lucky to be in this hall to attend this day-long program. That's what my expression, that's what I have been listening since morning. So let me read out few lines how a sea voyage that changed India. The year was 1893. On May 31st, aboard a steamer by name SS Empress of India that sailed from Yokohama to Vancouver in Canada, two great Indians met for the first time. One was an industrialist who would go on to become one of India's greatest visionaries. Industrialist who was going to become a visionary, greatest visionary, Jamshetji Tata. The other was a monk who would take India's spiritual tradition to the West more effectively than ever before. That was Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda endorsed the vision, adding that the real hope of India lay in the prosperity and progress of its common man. Prosperity and progress of its common man. Jamshetji Tata was more than merely an entrepreneur who helped India take her place in the League of Industrialized Nations. He was a patriot and a humanist whose ideals and vision shaped an exceptional business conglomerate. So we are witnessing two great lives. One was a pravrutti margi. One was a nivrutti margi. One was an ideal householder. The other was an ideal monk. An ideal householder is one who earns name, fame to earn for his family at the same time takes the responsibility on his shoulders to serve the society through philanthropic activities, through charity, through seva. CSR, the word was used, corporate social responsibilities, which is mandatory for all the organizations. They have to contribute a part of the profit in the social service. It's mandatory now. Those days when there was no law, a visionary, he was not just an industrialist, Jamshetji Tata started charity. And we have been listening, in the Tata family, they treat the employees as their family members, oneness, the concept of oneness. So I'm trying to recollect what we heard through so many speakers based on experience and try to find out the philosophy behind it, from where all these ideas came in and how the unique contribution from Tata group we are all witnessing, how Tata has become a unique organization doing the excellent work when it comes to all innovation, technology, and industrialization, at the same time maintaining the humanistic values. as we came through the PowerPoint presentation, Swami Vivekananda wrote back to Jamshetji when Swami Vivekananda was requested to help Jamshetji to set a great institution, Indian Institute of Science, what we know. As you know, Swami Vivekananda was busy in setting up Ramakrishna Mission at the same time. For a kind information, 1897 was the year where Ramakrishna Mission was formally formed. That's where we are celebrating 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission. So, during that time, Swami Vivekananda was very busy forming the Ramakrishna Mission, which is a spiritual organization. He sent his disciple, Sister Nivedita, Irish lady who met Swami Vivekananda in England and became his disciple and came to serve India. When Sister Nivedita, Margaret Noble, her pre-monastic name, met Swami Vivekananda and said, I want to become your disciple, what Swami Vivekananda said, you know, come and serve India. That's how you are going to become my disciple. She came and Swami Vivekananda gave Diksha, Mantra Diksha to her, and she was his disciple, and her name was Nivedita. Nivedita मतलब one who is offered, भगवान को जो समर्पित भाव से सेवा करेंगे. Sister Nivedita, who came to serve India, went and met Jamshetji and helped in forming the Indian Institute of Science at Bangalore, the prestigious institutions which we are having and where we have got so many great people coming and doing great service to this nation. My dear friends, when we talk about all these ideas and ideals, I said, Swami Vivekananda says, a rishi is one who is a scientist of the inner world. You have to discover something within you. From there, all these innovative ideas come in. When we were students, I used to read newspaper and great sportsmen who are very successful. One of a great cricketer who was very successful. Somebody asked you, how successful you are? He said, before I go to bat, I meditate. And after I come back, after getting some century and all, again I come back and meditate. So, meditation gives you the highest power to achieve the highest. That's where all of us should go within. All of us should become rishis so that we give the highest to the world. We get the success and our nation reaches that success. So when it comes to meditation, Swami Vivekananda was the person who made this word yoga very popular in the West. Whatever yoga courses and all we are listening now today, which has got immense health benefits. Physical, mental, emotional stability comes. Physical and mental strength increases. That's what yoga can do. So Swami Vivekananda came and popularized the word yoga in the West and made India proud by preaching Vedanta. We know 11 September 1893, the Chicago Address. So where he shared the Vedantic ideas. So Swami Vivekananda's concept, the idea for which he traveled to America was to give the Vedantic ideas to the Western people so that we get the Western scientific ideas to develop our country. Abhyudaya Nishreyasaha. Material welfare based on the spiritual values, spiritual practice. That was the unique contribution of Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda says, Western science coupled with Vedanta, Brahmacharya as guiding motto. That is the secret of success. So when you have Western knowledge based on our Indian ethos, the ancient wisdom, and also a person who has self-control on oneself can alone achieve those great successful things. Swami Vivekananda inspired men and women in India and outside India through his letters, through his lectures, through his personal conversations, meetings. He inspired people all over India for freedom struggle. Mahatma Gandhi says, my love to India became thousandfold after reading Swami Vivekananda. Rabindranath Tagore says, Swami Vivekananda has condensed India. Somebody else and comes says, if you want to know India, study Vivekananda. Everything is positive in him. There is nothing negative. So many great people got inspired and all together fought together to get us this freedom. We, the youngsters of this nation, who are living a happy life in this independent India, has a bigger responsibility to study Swami Vivekananda, to understand Swami Vivekananda, so that we become great citizens of this great nation. Swami Vivekananda writes to Perumal, Alasinga Perumal, his ardent devotee in Chennai, Madras. He writes, "Look, my boy, take courage. We are destined by the Lord to do great things in India. Have faith, we will do." He writes again, 100,000 men and women, fired with zeal of holiness, fortified with eternal faith in the Lord, and nerved to lion's courage by their sympathy for the poor and the fallen and the downtrodden, will go over the length and breadth of land, preaching the gospel of salvation, the gospel of help, the gospel of social rising up, the gospel of equality. Swami Vivekananda writes, "This life is short, the vanities of the world are transient, but they alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive." I can go on reading, there is no end. This one statement, "This life is short, the vanities of the world are transient, but they alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive." I'll stop here because recently we had a residential youth camp. Youths like you came and stayed in our ashram for 3 days, and we had an online conversation with the director of, present director, AIMS New Delhi. He was mentioning this. One of the students asked, "Sir, you are working so much, from where you are getting this inspiration?" He said, "I read Swami Vivekananda. This one sentence inspired me to achieve great things and to serve people." Here comes the unique contribution of Swami Vivekananda, where I shall try to share my experience. We have a charitable hospital in Haridwar, 200-bedded charitable hospital, started in the year 1901 when Swami Vivekananda was alive by his disciple Swami Kalyanananda. During this COVID time, 150 COVID bed hospital was run. We received help from various donors. We received help from Tata Trust. They came forward to provide the PPE kits, to provide all that is required to help the poor and needy, not only Haridwar, Brindavan, Varanasi. Ramakrishna Mission has various centers all over India to serve humanity. So Tata Trust came forward to help the people when we were having the tough time, COVID period, when people were trying to make that opportunity to take many, but there were people like this who came forward to help Ramakrishna Mission. With the help of all such donors, Ramakrishna Mission could serve the community there, converting that whole hospital into a COVID hospital. So coming to hospital, we have heard everything what Tata is doing, Tata Trust is doing. Hospital service, Tata Memorial Cancer Hospital, world-class hospital. I am telling this based on my own experience because I know people who were suffering with cancer, went to Tata, got their treatment, and they became all right. Whereas if they go somewhere else, they have to pay so much, they have to sell out everything, and still they suffer. Very reasonable cost, patient-focused, following all the moral ethics, feeling for the poor and serving, setting up such great institution. So Tata Hospital, Cancer Hospital, is world's #1 hospital doing a wonderful service in the present day also. So with this brief, my experience, now let me come to conclusion. Before I conclude, Swami Vivekananda writes about organization. I try to focus how great people are made through inner vision. One gets great idea and he does great work. For great thing to happen, Swami Vivekananda realized we need organization. In the West, he was attracted only by one thing, their organization. He comes back to India and sets in Ramakrishna Mission organization to serve the society. We want organization. Organization is power. The secret of this is obedience. Obedience. Secret of an organization is obedience to the top person, the leader. Money and all will come on themselves. What we want is men. It is man makes everything. What can money do? Men we want. The more you get, the better. This was written by Swami Vivekananda to Maharaja of Mysore. He writes, my whole ambition in life is to set in motion a machinery which will bring noble ideas to the door of everybody, and then let men and women settle their own fate. This can all happen when we have education. Education is taught by Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda says, we want that education by which character is made. Strength of the mind is increased. The intellect is expanded, and one on which one can stand on his own legs. ये है एजुकेशन का डेफिनेशन. हमको वो शिक्षा चाहिए जिससे हमारा चारित्र बने. What is character? Being truthful, maintaining purity, being honest, having compassion for our fellow being. So one person who is having all this, he is a man or woman of great character. So we want that education जिससे हमारा चारित्र निर्माण हो. Strength of mind is increased. Topper है, first year MBBS, second year में suicide कर ले रहा है. Why? He is so weak. Weak mind cannot make a great man. So ऐसा mind चाहिए जिससे हमारा strength, strong mind, education ऐसा होना चाहिए. Intellect is expanded, जिससे innovative ideas, scientists, research work आप करेंगे, and on which one can stand on his or her own legs. Skill India, ये सब जो हम बात कर रहे हैं. So all these ideas and ideals will come by spiritual practice. Swami Vivekananda was very much a monk, but at the same time, he was a scientist, he was a philosopher, he was an organizer. So study, you take, mention the point, you can find in Swami Vivekananda. So my request to all the young friends is to study life and message of Swami Vivekananda. Also study the life of those great people who came in touch with Swami Vivekananda and did great things to our nation. So with this presentation, I stop here. Two things we heard. To be successful, we need patience and perseverance, but the foundation is purity, as taught by Swami Vivekananda. Three things for success: purity, patience, and perseverance. So my dear young friends, you are all very bright. My best wishes and prayers for all of you to achieve the highest in your life so that you become great citizen of this great nation and build a great nation. Thank you one and all. Namaskar.
Swamiji, I studied in a school that was named after Swami Vivekananda. And we used to regularly come across various quotes of Swami Vivekananda as school students. And one quote that stayed with me for very long, and today I find it relevant on this day when we discuss both Swamiji and Jamshetji in one voice. And that quote is, no great work can be achieved by humbug or hypocrisy. You can't do false talk and achieve great work. It is through passion for truth, love, and tremendous passion and undertaking through which things are achieved and accomplished. So this is what Swami Vivekananda said, lived in his short life, brief life. He was only 39 when he took the Samadhi. And then the life that we have been discussing since morning, which is that of Jamshetji Tata. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this session. But before we close, anybody question? You. Come here.
Hello, hello.
Please tell your name and who is this question directed to.
A very good evening to one and all. My name is Piyush Davra. I'm from Vivekananda Education Society. Okay, my question to you is, Swamiji, that in today's world, like most of the youth here who's present, most of them are undergrads, as far as I know. And we all are exposed to the Western culture a lot, like the OTT platforms which are available today. It has exposed the Western culture to the youth with a lot of, transparency, and the Indian youth has been driven away from our Indian teachings, from the teachings which were given by our great teachers like Swami Vivekananda himself, and Ramcharitamanas, which was written by Narayan Das. And so my question to you exactly is, what should us students should do to stay connected to our Indian culture, as well as adopt the Western culture to develop our country with such great innovations which were made by Swami Vivekananda and Jamshetji Tata itself?
A wonderful question. I really appreciate our young boy, our young friend asking such a great question. Yes, we know our ancient wisdom is great. We know we want to follow, but somehow in the social media and all, it's so much of inputs that we get excited looking at the outside external things. How should we? The first answer is satsang. आप ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ संग करो जो सच्चारित्र में established हैं. See, two great people sitting in front of you, reaching the highest in their field, leading such a simple life. So, ऐसा व्यक्ति जो बहुत highest achieve किया है, लेकिन humble है, पूर करता है, दूसरों के लिए feel करता है, वो सच्चारित्र में established है. So, we should do satsanga. So, where is that place? Your own great teachers, your own parents, and temple, church, जहाँ भी आपको अच्छा लगे, go and pray. All the power is within you. You can do anything and everything, says Swami Vivekananda. Whatever we deserve, we will get. You are the creator of your own destiny, said Swami Vivekananda. Once you have crossed 18, you have to take whole responsibility on your shoulders. On the internet today, both are there, negative and positive. And Swami Vivekananda says, this world is both mixture of good and bad. There is nothing called only good, only bad. This world is continue. It will continue like this. You will be like a Hansa, selecting the best milk out of the water. So, we should develop the power of discrimination, Viveka. One who is having Viveka can also become Vivekananda. So, in the true spirit, if you want to become happy and lead a great life, you should again develop that capacity to think what is right, what is wrong, what is permanent, what is impermanent. सत्य बोलने से भी चलेगा, झूठ बोलने से भी चलेगा. इस सिचुएशन में अगर आपका अंदर से नहीं, मैं सत्य बोलूँगा, ये अगर आपके भीतर से आ जाए, you are established in character. So, we have to develop that power of discrimination. It comes through ज्ञान, knowledge. थोड़ा जाके स्टडी करो ना. हाँ, हमारे सामने दो चीजें हैं, एक अच्छा है, एक बुरा है, लेकिन understand through the scientific mind. Again, you talked about the integrity, Western science coupled with Vedanta. One of my patient, for your kind information, by practice I'm a diabetologist, who has uncontrolled diabetes, who was on insulin. So he wanted to get rid of insulin. So he went to a naturopathy center. There he was told, you do all this, your insulin will be off. So he was off insulin, he was very happy. He came back home, but he started losing weight. He was suffering and he was not knowing what to do. Somehow he went through my YouTube lecture, which I have talked on reversing type 2 diabetes, Swami Dayadipananda. Anyway, so after that he came to Haridwar to meet me. स्वामी जी मैं तो बहुत बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ, पहले इंसुलिन लेता था, अब इंसुलिन बंद हो गया, लेकिन मेरा वजन गिर रहा है. The Western science teaches you, if your weight is losing, it's until unless, if you are a diabetic patient, until unless proved otherwise, it is uncontrolled diabetes because of which your weight is losing. So we did a small test. I said, it's purely because your diabetes is not controlled. So coming to the point, if somebody says, only naturopathy, yoga, I will take help, I will not take the Western health science, you will suffer. Then I said, maybe you are taking 60 units of insulin per day. After doing yoga and naturopathy, maybe your insulin requirement came down to 20. You are not taking the 20 units of insulin, so why you are losing weight? I put him on insulin, he regained his weight, then again he continued yoga practice, diet practice, then slowly we took off insulin. Now he is very happy, he is off insulin, at the same time his blood sugars are controlled. That's where the integrity, Western science coupled with Vedanta, that's what we have to remember. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Swamiji.
One last question. Anybody? Yes, you, lady. Please tell us your name, which college are you from, and who's this question directed to?
So my name is Rutuja Dighe and I am from Dattamai College of Engineering. So like we have cultural diversity in our India. So my question is to Dr. Sharang Pani that like how we can use this cultural integrity and diversity for branding of Indian tourism. So what are your views on that branding of Indian tourism based on the cultural integrity and diversity?
It's very difficult for me to comment on this because this tourism industry as such. However, I have worked with many industries, not only automotive, so I can say a few things which strike me. If you want to do fusion of culture and tourism, you will have to take out the best from each culture. Now, there may be some historic parts like some forts, some temples, some churches, some mosques. So the best from these things, these could be forts, these could be temples, anything, these you have to bring together and mix with what the modern tourism industry offers. Like people, they would like to go very easily without any hassle to those places. People don't like to climb those steps and maybe some 500 steps and go to the door of the fort. Maybe go into the mountains and go to a temple or something like that. So if you make those things easy for the needy, there may be some people who will love to walk that distance or climb those steps, but there may be many who won't like to do that and would like to need or would like to have some help. So if you provide these modern amenities to these and take out the best from all these cultures, I think you should have won your battle. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
With that, two bold questions, bold because these were the only two questions that came from the students. We'd like to conclude this session on Educate and Innovate. We hope you've taken a lot of lessons from today's seminar, and there's a lot of learning. We hope you got to know more about Jamshetji, because that was the intention of doing this program, that we wanted to bring new facets of Jamshetji's life and deeds before the world, before you all, so that you can take the best essence from it and implement in your lives. So with that, I request our panelists to please take a seat over there, and we'd like to invite Dr. Samant, sir, for his valedictory remarks. त्याच्यानंतर पुस्तक द्यायचं आत्ता द्यायचे आत्ता बरं ठीक आहे. We'd like to invite Samant sir for distributing some wonderful books that we have brought for speakers. Sir, Ishan Bhatti. So this is a book titled Science and Technology in Ancient India. It is a coffee table book with wonderful information about the various scientific achievements of our culture. The book has been we'd also like to, sir, थांबा. आधीच्या तिघांना पण देऊयात. We'd like to invite Dr. Ranade and two of our speakers perhaps have left. Thank you, sir. अजून कोण नाही? ग्रुप फोटो? हो हो हो.
It's 4:34, so I should wish you good evening. शुभ संध्याकाळ. आपण आज दिवसभराच्या राष्ट्रीय चर्चासत्राच्या शेवटच्या टप्प्याकडे थोड्या वेळात पोहोचतोय. आताच्या सोहळ्याचे व्हॅलिडिटी समारंभाचे जे प्रमुख पाहुणे आहेत ते प्रोफेसर A.B. पंडित, वाइस चांसलर ऑफ ICT. He will be reaching here in next few minutes and we'll begin the proceedings of the valedictory function. But before that, I would like to request everyone present here, those who are the participants and registered themselves, you need to give the feedback. It is compulsory. We have put up a QR code outside this hall. Just scan the code and submit your feedback on this, and then you will get the certificates. So everyone present over here will be getting a certificate of a national level seminar organized by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and Vigyan Bharati and University of Mumbai. Students and friends present over here, you might have enjoyed the entire day. You are fortunate enough to have a blessing from the governor and chancellor of all the universities of this Maharashtra state, and remarks by Honorable Dr. Anil Kakodkar. You know, when I was a student like you all, काकोडकर सरांच्या बद्दल आम्हाला सगळ्यांना प्रचंड उत्सुकता असायची की 1974चा जो अणुस्फोट भारताने घडवला त्या अणुस्फोटावरती काम करणारी ही व्यक्ती असेल कशी. आपल्या वैज्ञानिक धोरणांचं ज्याने नियोजन केलं, नंतर त्याचे ते अध्यक्षसुद्धा होते. या माणसाची विचार करण्याची पद्धत काय असू शकते. You know, it's a fascinating moment for you all. The person who derived and decided the planning for our अणुशक्तीच्या बाबतीमध्ये आपल्या देशाने प्रवास कसा करायचा याचा ज्या व्यक्तींनी आराखडा मांडलेला आहे ती व्यक्ती तुम्हाला पाहायला मिळाली. Is 80 years old, but you won't feel that he is 80. Even the governor of Maharashtra, he born on 2nd August 1947. So he is also celebrating his 75th year of the existence. So that's a great thing. We also learned so many things about Jamshetji Tata, the father of Indian Revolution in the terms of industry. So I would like to request a couple of the students from you all. I'm going to invite 2 students to express their views about today's deliberations before we start the concluding session. I need a volunteer participation, otherwise I'll just mark and invite the student. So be volunteer and तरुणांच्या मध्ये अशी अचानक स्वतःच्यावरती आलेली जी जबाबदारी आहे ती पटकन वाहून नेण्याची क्षमता असते. सो हु इज दॅट? या कम. अरे माशी तू प्रश्न पण विचारला होतास, छान, ये ना तिथून बोल. This is the historical stage. 156 years history this stage has. When you are talking here, beta, before starting your speech, try to understand this is the stage where Gopal Ganesh Gokhale addressed the gathering. Lokmanya Tilak addressed the gathering. This is the stage where Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar addressed the people. This is the stage where so many giants in various fields they address. So now you are carrying the legacy of them. Please.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
A very good evening to one and all present here. I hope you guys enjoyed the session, as it was very fruitful for us to be here, as we are present here to know about the contribution of Jamshetji Tata, who has contributed a lot for our country. And most of us here, I guess, are undergrads from different colleges. Most of them are in the graduation program itself. So it is a great opportunity for us to know about the entrepreneurial contributions of the great leaders of our country in the past. And we can carry forward that legacy today by learning and taking their teachings under consideration and implementing them with our modern technology which we have with us right now. As all of us know, AI has been introduced in the recent times, and AI can be the future of, you can say, infinity of anything. Like we can carry forward any industry till infinity. We can't even imagine where we can take an industry and we can extend it up to infinity extent. You know what I'm trying to say. So with the contributions and with the teachings of our leaders like Swami Vivekananda and Jamshetji Tata, we can use it with all the facilities and amenities which we have with us right now. As on the tip of our fingers, we have the world. With the help of Google and as well as AI, we can, come up with innovations which no one could have think of, which no one would have thought of in the past. As Jamshetji Tata himself was a visionary, we are the future visionary, and I'm really thankful that I've been given the opportunity to come here, and I didn't feel scared for a moment also when sir asked me to volunteer to give my views, because this is the platform where we learn, guys. This is the platform where we learn. There is no need of feeling ashamed to come up on stage and give our views, because this is where we learn. This is where we grow with the great leaders and people like celebrities and Swamiji present here, because they have given this platform to us. We have to carry forward this legacy with our efforts and with their teachings. So I really enjoyed the session. It was very fruitful to me as well as to you guys if you take it seriously, or else it is up to you guys, because I will tell you one thing. In this modern world, there is a lot of distraction and there is a lot of to learn for. And if we focus on the learning part and not focus on the distractions, our India will be, on top of the world. Because there is one common thing, Indians have a very great value outside India, because some of the courses which are offered in India are, the toughest exams in the world, like CA, Indian IITians. Why they have so much of value outside of India? Because the exams are very tough in India and they have a very high value in the world's market, in the international market. So given this platform, we should utilize all of the amenities which you have, which are being provided by the colleges. I'm sure if your colleges didn't inform you guys about this seminar which was being held, you didn't, you might have not got a chance to be here to get to know about the contributions of Jamshetji Tata and Swami Vivekananda. So be thankful for what everything your college has been providing to you, and try to learn and make most of it. Thank you.
Before leaving the stage, introduce yourself and let us know your college name.
I'm really sorry. Myself, Piyush Davra. I'm from Vivekananda Education of Society, College of Arts, Commerce and Science. I'm currently pursuing BMS second year.
Good. Thank you so much. And a female representation is invited over here. Okay? I invited a girl, but yes, please come up. No issues. You'll be followed by a girl. No problem. Actually, नारी शक्ति आजकल प्रभावी है, लेकिन मुझे I'm really surprised. Before speaking, introduce yourself, your college name, and then you put your remarks. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Adish Singh from Sathe College. Before I make my remarks, I'd just like to make a simple point. The British might have left India, but in a way, they have continued to dominate everything. To this day, English remains an official language of our nation. Their intangible heritage is everywhere. We still prefer foreign-made goods, foreign degrees, going abroad, because that mentality is still here, right? Has that changed? Even today, if somebody speaks in a regional language and addresses a crowd, there is a chance they might be looked down upon. There is a chance that they might not be understood. But if you speak in English, everybody goes, wow, amazing. That is something to think about as our 76th Independence Day comes on. People like Sir Jamshetji Tata fought hard for an India that is independent and self-determined. An India that can stand on its feet and tell its young people, take pride in who you are. But, well, there seems to be a slight lack of it, right? My apologies if I may have offended anyone. And thank you so much. I would like to thank the organizers of this event. I'd like to thank Sir and this entire team of teachers for giving us this great chance, this seminar, which has enriched our knowledge. And just thank you so much. And just a thought to ruminate over, you know. The British have left India, but India has never left England, right? Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
तू योग्य म्हणालास. एक गंमत आहे, आपल्या देशामध्ये सर्व भाषा मांडण्यासाठी आपल्याकडे एक सर्वोत्कृष्ट लिपी आहे, जी लिपी जगामधली सर्वोत्कृष्ट आहे. कोणत्याही प्रकारचा उच्चार असू दे, ती लिपी तो उच्चार आपल्यामध्ये घेऊन एक्सप्रेस करू शकते, आणि ती लिपी आहे देवनागरी लिपी. या भारतामध्ये जेवढ्या म्हणून अधिकृत भाषा आहेत, त्या सगळ्या भाषांच्या करता आणि जगातल्या कोणत्याही भाषेकरता आपल्या देवनागरी लिपीच्या इतकी उत्कृष्ट लिपी नाही. मी भाषेचा शिक्षक आहे, भाषा विज्ञानाचा शिक्षक आहे, गेली 34 वर्ष या गोष्टीचा अभ्यास आणि विचार करतोय. त्यामुळे हे सांगत असताना मला खूप आनंद होतो. पण एक नक्की आहे की लेट अस कम आउट विथ सम सोल्युशन. आणि एक दुसरी गोष्ट आहे की ब्रिटिश जरी त्यांची भाषा सोडून गेले तरी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्यासाठी आणि जगात कुठे कम्युनिकेट करण्यासाठी इंग्रजी लागते. कोणत्याही भाषेबद्दलचा द्वेष करणं हा भाषेच्या अभिमानाचा भाग असू शकत नाही. दुसऱ्या भाषेचा सन्मान करणं हा स्वतःच्या भाषेचा अभिमान असू शकतो. लेट अस गिव्ह अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू आवर चीफ गेस्ट ऑफ द valedictory function, Professor A.B. Pandit, the Vice Chancellor of ICT, our own Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai, Professor R.D. Kulkarni. I would like to request the President of Vibha, Konkan region, Professor Srinivas Samant, to kindly escort all the dignitaries on the dais. Sir, please. मी डॉक्टर अरविंद रानडे यांनाही व्यासपीठावरती निमंत्रण देतोय. डॉक्टर अरविंद रानडे. बिफोर वी गो फॉर द ऑफिशियल फंक्शन मला एक छोटासा रिमार्क द्यायचा आहे आमच्या कुलगुरूंच्या परवानगीनं. ज्या ICT मध्ये आपण प्राध्यापक आहात त्याच होतात आणि आज आमचे कुलगुरू आहात त्याच ICTचे कुलगुरू आज आपले प्रमुख पाहुणे आहेत. कसं वाटतंय सर? एक आनंददायी क्षण आहे ना की अँड दॅट्स ट्रू यू नो वेन वी वर्क टुगेदर फॉर अ लॉंग पिरियड आणि आपण कुठल्या तरी दुसऱ्या ठिकाणी एका व्यासपीठावरती एकत्र येणं, बिकॉज दिस प्लॅटफॉर्म इज जस्ट नॉट ऑफ द युनिव्हर्सिटी ऑफ मुंबई. दिस इज अ प्लॅटफॉर्म ऑफ 3 big institutions coming together like the Ministry of Culture, the Government of India, Vibha, Vignan Bharati and University of Mumbai. विज्ञान भारती ही याच्यातली सगळ्यात तरुण संस्था आहे जिचा जन्म 92 मध्ये झाला आहे. भारत सरकार 1947 साली आजचं भारत सरकार म्हणून उदयाला आलंय आणि मुंबई विद्यापीठ हे 1857 साली स्थापन झालेलं आहे. म्हणजे एकाच वेळेला भूतकाळ, आज चालू असलेला वर्तमान काळ आणि या सगळ्या वर्तमान काळाला भूतकाळाला घडवणारी सर्व माणसं इथे या व्यासपीठावरती एकत्रित झालेली आहेत. टुडे वी हॅड अ full day deliberation on the contribution of Jamshetji Tata, the unsung hero, and everybody is aware what has happened today, but it is a time to look behind for the day's activity, and for that particular reason मी प्राध्यापक श्रीनिवास सामंत जे विभाचे विज्ञान भारतीचे कोकण प्रांताचे अध्यक्ष आहेत त्यांना इथे निमंत्रण देतो. सरांना आपण वेगवेगळ्या नात्यांनी ओळखतो, परंतु आपल्याला सगळ्यांना अमोल कोल्हे माहिती आहे. डॉक्टर अमोल कोल्हे यांनी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची भूमिका करून ते स्वतः काहीतरी अभ्यास करून पुढे आलेले आहेत. त्यांनी माझ्याबरोबर गप्पा मारत असताना सांगितलं होतं की छत्रपतींचं सर्वश्रेष्ठ चरित्र आज जे उपलब्ध आहे ते आहे प्राध्यापक श्रीनिवास सामंत यांचं. सो वेगवेगळे आस्पेक्ट सरांच्या व्यक्तिमत्वाचे आहेत. सर, आय वुड लाईक टू रिक्वेस्ट यू टू रिव्ह्यू द डेज ॲक्टिव्हिटी प्लीज सर. तिथं चालू आहे.
Good evening, all of you, dear friends. We are coming to the conclusion of one-day seminar, and I am standing here just 5 minutes to take a overall summary of the program. First, let me tell you something about Vigyan Bharati. Already you have heard about it, but I will repeat again. I will be happy to repeat. Vigyan Bharati, which is fondly called Vibha, is a national organization dedicated to Swadeshi Vigyan, that is Swadeshi science movement. Our main thrust is fusion of modern science with our rich ancient wisdom. We also work with popularization of science in the all strata of society. And for that we undertake many activities in consonance with our objective. As you know, our country celebrated our 75th Independence Day on 21st August 2021, and the year which followed 21-22 was the 75th year of independence. Being a unique occasion, our country decided to celebrate it as Swatantrata Ka Amrita Mahotsav or Azadi Ka Amrita Mahotsav. So this, as our Honorable Prime Minister says, this is Amrita Kal. The term Swatantrata has many meanings. We deliberated on that in depth. This Swa part in Swatantrata, this has special meaning. And we must apply this Swa concept, what is there, which is associated with this word Swa, in all walks of life, including science, technology, and entrepreneurship. In fact, the Indian struggle for independence was multidimensional, particularly at the conceptual and philosophical level. This is often forgotten. It was not just a political struggle. On one side, it was to acquire independence from the foreign power, and on the other side, to revive, conserve, and defend our national identity. which was intentionally tried to destroy. And the second aspect is often forgotten. As per a narrative commonly propagated, a common man thinks of Indian struggle for independence as a political struggle, and he hardly thinks of scientists, industrialists, artists, and as freedom fighters. If this period is critically analyzed, we come to know that patriotism and sacrifice for the nation were at the peak, and their expressions percolated all walks of life. All patriotic people in our country had to fight on all fronts. Vigyan Bharati is decided to enlighten to the public about these unsung heroes, our scientists, industrialists, institution builders, etc. Vigyan Bharati and the Ministry of Culture, Government of India have jointly organized year-long celebrations on the role of scientists and scientific institutions in India's freedom struggle on the occasion of this Swatantrata Ka Amrita Mahotsav. We decided to focus on the contribution of our Indian scientists and technocrats, these unsung heroes, towards the freedom struggle, nation building, and laying the foundation of modern science in our country. These programs were organized in collaboration with different institutions. We organized a poster competition on the theme. We also organized an essay competition on this topic for students and teachers. We are sure that the life stories of these great heroes will motivate our youth to achieve high goals. We organized one seminar also. Some of you might be remembering that we organized one seminar on Seth Walchand Hirachand, who was a great patriot and an industrialist. Our recent program on the study of indigenous important medicinal plants, which is called Vanaspati Abhyas Varga, which was a very ambitious program which ran over the entire year, and recently, a couple of months back, we concluded that with a function. Now, this project has set a model which can be mimicked. Today's program is a part of Swatantrata Ka Amrita Mahotsav, remembering and saluting and paying our respect to the father of modern Indian industry, Sir Jamshetji Tata, unsung hero of India's freedom struggle. Jamshetji Tata was an Indian pioneer industrialist, greatest philanthropist, great patriot, and great visionary. His one statement, which was quoted in the morning, that freedom without the strength to support it, and in fact, if need be, defend it, would be a cruel delusion. This statement I liked very much because this has many reverberations, different meanings. This statement can itself be explained in the form of one seminar. So I specifically want to stress this. Many aspects of his life and contributions were highlighted in this seminar. His main goals, like Jamshetji Tata's main goals, like setting up of iron and steel company, a world-class educational institution, a unique hotel, a hydroelectricity power plant, in fact reflect what India needs even at that time and even now. We believed that his life and messages would still help policy planners and industry and industrialists, particularly in the context of Atmanirbharata. Today's seminar has been organized in association with University of Mumbai and Ministry of Culture. Our inaugural session was graced by Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Shri Rameshji Bais, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, Professor Ravindra Kulkarni, former Chairman DIE, Dr. Anil Kakodkar, and Vibha National President, Dr. Shekhar Mande. Keynote address was given by Dr. Kakodkar and very interesting and very elaborately explained about the difference between entrepreneurship and trading. I like that concept very much, and how this shift can take place. We had two panel discussions where the panelists expressed their views with respect to the theme. The first session was on on the theme Industrialize, Enrich and Empower, while the afternoon session was on Educate and Innovate. All these concepts were derived from Jamshetji's vision about our country 130 years back. All the speakers were experts in their fields and very capably explained various finer points about the topics. We are thankful to them. I am sure all of you have collected many thoughts for further pondering, elaboration, and exploitation. I request all those who are not the members of VIBA to take life membership of VIBA and participate in this movement. Thank you.
थँक्यू व्हेरी मच सर. आणि यानंतर आपण साठे महाविद्यालयानं हेरिटेज वॉकवरती एक एव्ही तयार केलेली आहे, विद्यार्थ्यांनी केली आहे. आपण ती एव्ही पाहूया आता. पुढे एक स्क्रीन आहे आणि या लोकांच्या करता समोर स्क्रीन आहे. त्या विद्यार्थ्यांना पुढे बोलूया. ज्या विद्यार्थ्यांनी ही एव्ही तयार केलेली आहे, स्टुडंट्स प्लीज डू कम ओव्हर हियर. The proud students of Satay College. Let us give a big round of applause to all these kids. AV please. आणि आवाज पण येऊ द्या.
Jamshetji Tata, unsung hero of India's freedom struggle. A heritage walk through the legacy of Jamshetji Tata in erstwhile Bombay. The students of Department of Ancient Indian Culture and Buddhist Studies of PTVA's Satay College Autonomous got an opportunity to conduct a heritage walk in Mumbai that focused on the life and contribution of Jamshetji Tata. The walk elaborated on the contribution of Jamshetji Tata in the fields of education, establishing top-notch research institutions, setting up glorious hotels, industries, various business ventures, his philanthropic activities, and his contribution to the Indian freedom struggle. This walk was just one event in the series of events that will be conducted in the year-long celebration on role of science and scientists in India's freedom struggle, which has been jointly planned by the Ministry of Culture, Vigyan Bharati, University of Mumbai and PTVA's Satay College Autonomous on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. During this walk, many locations in Mumbai, that is erstwhile Bombay, like Flora Fountain, Bombay House, Elphinstone Building, Bombay Stock Exchange, Ripon Club, Watson's Hotel, Elphinstone College, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya and the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel were covered and their connection to Jamshetji Tata was unveiled. Here is a small sneak peek into the exciting and informative walk. Most of these buildings covered in this walk have a direct or indirect connection to Jamshetji Tata. Truly, these buildings are a testimony to the contribution of not just Jamshetji Tata, but many such eminent individuals who contributed to the economic and social development of India. Many individuals from varied academic and professional backgrounds graced the walk. Students from various colleges and pursuing courses in architecture, engineering, as well as archaeology were enthusiastic about the walk. Needless to say, many students of PTVA's Satay College Autonomous also participated in the walk. The walk was also enjoyed by working individuals, homemakers, as well as retired heritage enthusiasts. These individuals were financial service providers, financial analysts, architects, interior designers, engineers, journalists, teachers, consultants, medical practitioners, freelancers, and not to forget tour guides, tour managers, tour facilitators, and heritage enthusiasts. We were also given the opportunity to conduct the tour for regional level guides of the Ministry of Tourism and Culture. We would like to sincerely thank all the participants for such an overwhelming response. Lastly, we would like to express our gratitude towards PTVA's Sathe College Autonomous for entrusting the task of conducting this heritage walk to the students of Department of Ancient Indian Culture and Buddhist Studies. And a big thank you to the Ministry of Culture, Vigyan Bharati and the University of Mumbai for providing the students with such a novel opportunity. Thank you.
या सर्व प्रतिभावंत विद्यार्थ्यांचा आपण पुन्हा एकदा जोरदार टाळ्यांचा कडकडाट करून कौतुक करूया. या मुलांना आपण वर बोलवूया. आपण मागे उभे राहा सर, आपण बसावं सर आणि आपण एक छान फोटो घेऊया. तुम्ही मागे उभे राहा. सर एक मिनिट थांब, एक मिनिट. त्यांचे मार्गदर्शक हवेत ना आपल्याला, राजवाडे सर. थँक्यू सो मच. एक छान कल्पक उपक्रम होता हा. राजवाडे सर, तुमच्या सगळ्या विद्यार्थ्यांचं अभिनंदन. आणि आपण या कार्यक्रमात पुढे जाऊया. मी डॉक्टर अरविंद रानडे यांना रिमार्क्स देण्याची विनंती करतो. डॉक्टर रानडे प्लीज.
धन्यवाद सर. The chief guest of the valedictory function, Professor A.B. Pandit, Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, Professor R.V. Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University, and the Konkan Vigyan Bharati President, Professor Srinivas Samant, all the Vigyan Bharati team members of Konkan Vigyan Bharati, as well as Paschim Maharashtra Vigyan Bharati, all the faculty of University of Mumbai, all the teachers from the various colleges across the university, students, those who have registered themselves and being part of the day-long panel discussions. I hope certain amount of information must have come to you, by which you must have realized the perspective of an Vigyan Bharati, especially when we are talking about Jamshetji Tata ji, how a person altogether need to be understood from the perspective of an India's freedom struggle. And that's why we call him as an unsung hero. As mentioned by Professor Samant of an Konkan Vigyan Bharati, Vigyan Bharati is a science movement led by the eminent scientists of the country. We have membership about 20,000 people across the country. And I think what is more important for all the children to realize that this is the group of volunteers who are working for the cause of nation, wherein the people across the length and the breadth of the country who have a passion to make the countrymen understand the Swadeshi spirit, especially for the young generations to realize and understand. Today, I'm standing in front of you as a National Secretary of an Vigyan Bharati. I must compliment to Professor R.V. Kulkarni for a wonderful opportunity given to the Vigyan Bharati through our Konkan Vigyan Bharati Prant to have this particular occasion and this particular event in a memorable location of Mumbai University. A professor was mentioning about the legacy of this particular hall. And altogether, when it comes to the campus of the heritage, that it has its own importance. When I'm standing in front of you, I think it is more important for me to make you realize and understand a person because of whom the Karyakartas like me have come to stand in front of you by understanding the spirit of Swadeshi science, and we simply cannot forget a late Shri Jayantrao Sahasrabuddhe, a great visionary for us, because every member of Vijnana Bharati, if at all he or she is able to speak about Swadeshi science, then the motivation, the idea, the mentoring that we all have got with very short time. Why short time? Because Shri Jayanji himself has joined Vijnana Bharati in the year 2009 as a National Organizing Secretary. And from 2017 onwards, he actually became an important part and parcel of Vijnana Bharati, wherein he ensured that every nook and corner of the country should realize and understand the movement that we have stand for. The kind of wisdom, the kind of authoritative knowledge that he holds, all of us really simply cannot stand in front of him and speak with the same authority that he used to have. And remembering him is something that it cannot be possible for any of our Karyakarta from across the length and breadth of the Bharat. And I must mention to all of you that Sri Jayanji belongs to Mumbai. He born and brought up in this particular city and have a very close affection with every monument and every aspect of the Mumbai. And I do remember a number of occasions coming with him and visiting this campus. I do remember when I was with him, wherein we met then that time Pro Vice Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor today, Professor R.V. Kulkarni. And Jayanji extended an kind of an gesture that because Mumbai is having its specific location which is on the sea coast, so why can't we start a course on the marine science? And with the gracious mind, Professor R.V. Kulkarni and then the Vice Chancellor, Professor Pednekar, took this as an opportunity for university to understand the importance of this marine science, and the course with the Center of Excellence in Marine Science started in the University of Mumbai. And today also it stands. And perhaps those who are yet to get to know about it, if you are a graduate student, you have a wonderful opportunity to get yourself registered for the Center of Excellence in Marine Science for your masters. And we consider that a great gesture by the University of Mumbai, and remembering Jayanji something can happen. So from Vijnana Bharati's point of view, I am here to make two suggestions to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.V. Kulkarni, on behalf of Vijnana Bharati. The one suggestion from our side, sir, a person whose request you have with the gracious mind, you have accepted the request to start the course, which you already did, and which is going on very well. We would like to have a suggestion that on the memory of our Jayanji, can we start some kind of medals, especially for the students who stands up high from the Center of Excellence in the Marine Science? And this particular program makes me also extend a further suggestion, because we all have realized what Jamshetji has been looked from every different aspect of India's freedom struggle, as an innovator, as an entrepreneur, as a philanthropist, as a businessman, as a visionary in every aspect. And I think India also have one of these such a great personality, and the family of Godrej also should be remembered and should really be deliberate upon. So we have another suggestion for you, Professor Kulkarni. On the similar line, if in a days to come, if we can, because when the relation with the families like a Godrej and the Tata, the relation with Mumbai, that one cannot simply forget. So in a days to come, if you can give us an opportunity to have a similar program in the memory and in the contribution of an Godrej family for the India's contribution from the time immemorial. So these are all from 2 suggestions from our Vigyan Bharati side. And dear children, Vigyan Bharati is a movement. You join, you will enjoy. That's the only thing which I can say, because I have been enjoying over the last more than 10 years now. It is a passion. It gives you an opportunity to learn, teach, and be part of a great moment of science in the country of Bharat. Dhanyavad, namaskar.
रानड़े सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं हमारे मुंबई विश्वविद्यालय के कुलगुरु प्राध्यापक रविंद्र कुलकर्णी जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि आप हमें मार्गदर्शन करें।
Chief guest of valedictory function, Professor Aniruddha Pandit, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Professor Samant, Konkan Prant Vigyan Bharati Chairman, Dr. Arvind Ranade, National Secretary of Vigyan Bharati, all the dignitaries present of the dais, and my dear student, faculty members of university campuses and colleges, as well as the various authorities like Management Council, Academic Council, and Senate. The entire one-day program was really a splendid success, thanks to total organizing support by Vigyan Bharati. In fact, through the day-long deliberations, we came across different aspects of personality of Sri Jamshetji Tata, the unsung heroes of freedom struggle. We came across his quality as an entrepreneur who converted the trend of trade practices into a real manufacturing hub. I think from there onwards, we really came across India as a manufacturing destination, and that has led to a long journey for a Tata, as being rightly pointed by Honorable Dr. Anil Kakodkar, that in UK, Tata appears to be the highest industry providing highest employment in UK. We came across the other qualities of Jamshetji Tata as someone who supported a quality education in the form of establishment of Indian Institute of Science. We have similarly looked at his quality as one who is promoting hospitality industry, and the Taj is one of the real landmark in terms of a hospitality which provides a very good idea about a real India across globe. We also talked about Jamshetji as his vision with reference to clean energy. That is how his vision of supporting manufacture of the energy through hydroelectric power was really a great. And as such, across the day-long deliberations, either through keynote address by Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar or through panel discussion, as well as exhibitions, okay, we could come across different aspects of Jamshetji as one who was a great patriot, as one who was a great industrialist, as one who laid great support to education, as one who was a great entrepreneur, as one who identified the talent in terms of technology, in terms of management, not only across India but even across globe. So that is how the remarkable qualities we could understand, and that makes him a real hero of the freedom struggle. And as Professor Samant has rightly pointed out, besides the political struggle, freedom struggle, which has led to the freedom of our India, simultaneous support by scientists, simultaneous support by industrialists, which led to the foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat, need to be recognized. And that's how probably the purpose of this program was. At this juncture, again, we need to recall inspiration given by, the motivation given by the Swargiya Jayantrao. It was his concept to conduct the national workshop come seminar on the contributions of Jamshetji Tata as a great statesman, as a great patriot, as a great industrialist, and naturally we would like to bring his qualities as an unsung hero of freedom struggle. So I pay rich tribute to Jayantra again, and as Dr. Ranade has made a request, definitely the establishment of Center of Excellence in Marine Studies was a complete concept forwarded by Jayantra only. It was its concept. We just put it in the form of a physical establishment of Center of Excellence in Marine Studies. Mumbai being a coastal city, which is having around 720 kilometers of coastal area, it was naturally expected to have a very good center which will undertake research not only from scientific point of view, but at the same time something that will lead to strategic studies, something that will lead to studies in commerce and trade across sea. So multiple aspects are being thought and being studied under Center of Excellence in Marine Studies, and that is how 3 programs have been separately started. As Dr. Ranade has requested, okay, we would like to put his request before our statutory authorities so as to start the gold medal in the memory of late Jayantrao, particularly for one who would, for the topper from the MSc Marine Sciences typically. That's what we would like to think of, and I'm sure okay, we would be able to generate the funds and we will get the permission from the statutory authorities for the same. Another part, like as a natural extension of something, okay, where we have thought of great freedom struggle as an unsung hero by Sri Jamshetji Tata. Previously it was Walchand Hirachan. Similarly, in continuation with that, okay, someone who has contributed richly to Mumbai in the form of a industry establishment, someone who started typically going for Swadeshi industrial movement in the form of manufacture of soaps, manufacture of oils, and probably the refrigerators and all other things. So that was primarily in line with the inspiration given by Mahatma Gandhiji as a something which will need Swadeshi movement even in the manufacturing sectors like soaps, then cupboards, locks, likewise. So definitely we would like to take the proposal of organizing a similar workshop in the memory of Godrej family. Of course, my mentor and the Vice Chancellor of Institute of Chemical Technology, Professor Aniruddha Pandit, he is also willing to collaborate with University of Mumbai and Vigyan Bharati to organize a one-day workshop in the memory of Godrej family as well. So we'll look forward for that organization too. I hope, Dr. Ranade, you are satisfied with it. Now let me extend the sincere appreciation of the students of Sathe College who visualize the concept of heritage walk, and that's really splendid efforts. I congratulate all the students. I congratulate all the participants who must have taken emanating recommendations of the day-long deliberations, and I hope you are going to take up a lot of qualities which Jamshetji would like to have in all students of current age. Okay, all of you are required to be a good entrepreneur, all of you are required to be a good statesman, all of you are required to be a good innovators. Friends, I hope these deliberations will provide a good inspiration to all of you to lead your career in the best possible interest of our country. If that happens, then definitely it could be called as a real success of organizing this function. So once again, I thank Vigyan Bharati as well as Ministry of Culture, Cultural Affairs for supporting this particular program. Thanks to all of you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And here comes the time to listen to the valedictory address. A valedictory address of the Vice Chancellor of Institute of Chemical Technology, who has 446 research papers in his name, along with, my goodness, 34 patents are in his names. And his articles are reported to have an H index of 84 and I-10 index of 360. He has guided not less than 63 students for the doctoral degree PhD and 101 master's graduate. So we are fortunate enough to have a person who has a great career in the research, who was working and having the research in England in the University of Cambridge for 6 years, 84 to 90. And then he come back to his home country and served the country. He joined ICT, that time it was University Department of Chemical Technology in 1991. And since then, for last 33 years, he's been associated with a great institution which transferred from University of Department of Chemical Technology to UICT and now ICT. So before I request him to address this gathering, may I request our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Kulkarni sir, to welcome the Vice Chancellor of ICT for this particular program. Let us give a big round of applause to the great researcher. एक योगायोग आहे, एकाच संशोधकाने दुसऱ्या संशोधकाचं स्वागत करण्याची संधी फार कमी वेळेला येते आणि ती आज आहे. सर वी आर हो तिघही ICT आहे, तिघही ICTचे आहेत. परंतु एक आहे सर की तिघही मुळातले मुंबई विद्यापीठाचे आहात. सो येस, म्हणजे मुंबई विद्यापीठ ही एक मदर इन्स्टिट्यूशन आहे या भारतातल्या सगळ्याच संस्थांच्यासाठी. मी सर आपल्याला आदरपूर्वक विनंती करतो की आपण आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन करावं. प्रोफेसर A.B. पंडित.
माझ्यामुळे थोडा उशीर झाला त्याबद्दल क्षमस्व. Professor R.D. Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, Mumbai University. My teacher, Professor S.D. Samant, Dr. Arvind Ranade, fellow teachers and students sitting in this hallowed auditorium and attending this Vigyan Bharati workshop on unsung heroes of the freedom struggle. As was pointed out by Professor Samant, the freedom struggle was fought on different planes and different levels. Correctly pointed out that one was a political struggle using or through which we got political independence in 1947. Second was an independence in terms of our own ability to manufacture. By the end of 17th century, all the local entrepreneurship activity had practically completely wiped out by exporting raw materials to England and then importing the finished goods at a rate which was so low as compared to the rate at which the similar products which were made in India, because they were not made at the scale at which it was required. And this is where the second line of action in terms of manufacturing activity came into existence. And Sir Jamshetji Tata indeed was a pioneer in every respect. And people talked about the steel industry, which is a basic industry which was required for any improvement in the infrastructure. And today we know the growth of the country depends upon how fast and how well the infrastructure exists, which was also associated with the hospitality industry, and not with the hospitality industry of only one iconic hotel such as Taj Mahal Palace Hotel. Coupled with that was also an airline which people did not talk about, which after a lot of up and downs has come back to Tata's, which itself shows the character of the organization. One more thing which he contributed, which was maybe started the freedom struggle in the form of social reforms. It may have been started by people like Raja Ram Mohan Rai, Mahatma Phule, but to give it a formal education in this particular field, Tata Institute of Social Sciences contribution cannot also be neglected. Please remember, all these have been associated with Bombay University or Mumbai University at some point of time. Subsequently, they became deemed universities, that is besides the point, but they all were initiatives with a vision for a free spirit in India, not only a political free spirit, but free spirit in every respect. Professor Amand also mentioned that you can dictate terms only from a position of strength. So you got to make yourself strong first. The situation which was created by these unsung heroes such as Jamshetji Tata, BP Godrej, and few others, which was made in such a way that there was no alternative available for the Britishers to pack their shops and return. Because of the ingenuity, because of the innovations, and because of the culture which we live in, the products which were made on a larger scale were much cheaper. And in all of this, you must remember the criteria was only one: quality. And you see the products which are coming out from Tata, products which are coming out from Godrej, products which are coming out from many of these indigenously developed entrepreneurs, you will see quality has always been the prime motto. And that's how they have been able to survive over a century and thriving even today. So when these struggles happened, and after the independence in 1947, Tatas did not stop there. They realized the modern requirements, and as you all know, Tata Consultancy Services, which is the first organization which adopted the computers and computer-based training or manufacturing, is indeed also to be noted. What it clearly indicates that Jamshetji not only started one or two organizations, but he created a complete ecosystem which is going to sustain itself and serve the nation where it is today. Couple of things also need to be mentioned at this point of time, and they are related to ancient Indian science and the modern science. People still talk about how old ancient Indian science cannot be validated. But this particular statement is not correct. The validation is a modern way of assessing the science, which is based on observation. And if you are able to observe, you are able to visualize. But there is another way of looking at things as well. Observations in the earlier Indian science consisting of years and decades of observing a particular phenomena, and the Indian past scientists, so-called scientists or the people who were involved in science, started gathering data. And then when the sufficient data was generated, then they tried to analyze that data. They tried to find the patterns in those particular data, and they came up with some correlations which essentially were empirical in nature at that point of time. And then our mathematicians such as Aryabhat and many others, Bhaskaracharya, started to give theories to explain those empirical correlations. Indian modern education and Indian modern science is no different. Anybody starts with carrying out experiments, generates sufficient data, comes up with empirical correlations which essentially relates the parameters which you can control and its effect on the final product or the process which you are designing it for. And then you realize you encounter a situation where it doesn't fit into the general parametric space and something else happens. And the outliers are the one which teach you about a possible theoretical way out. Now this has been continued and this will continue. And if you see the modern language, because the phenomenological models which are based on the basic understandings of chemistry, physics, mathematics, sometimes get too complicated for the general masses. It is very difficult to understand the mathematics involved in that. Basic arithmetic one can understand, but complex mathematics involving integral differential equations, partial differential equations, their solutions are beyond the understanding of general masses. What do they rely on? They rely on experience. And what does artificial intelligence rely on? Artificial intelligence also relies on experience. Artificial intelligence is nothing but a collection of data, finding patterns in those particular data, and coming up with a correlation without really understanding what is the science behind it, what is the physics behind it, what is the biology behind it. And our older generations, because they happen to be in the vicinity of nature, were very keen nature observers. And nature has sustained itself for centuries together. That means nature uses processes which are sustainable processes. Nature doesn't believe in wasting any resources. Nature doesn't believe in wasting any energy. And all the natural processes are most optimized processes. So if you want to continue your future growth, if you want to follow the future modern classical definition of development, we have to essentially sustain ourselves, and we have to go back to the nature and learn from nature and start implementing the natural processes. The topic which is popularly known in the modern science as biomimicry. There are multiple courses which are available, and what Dr. R.D. Kulkarni said, Bombay University, Mumbai University also offers such courses, including the course in marine science. This is the right direction in which we are all going. Coming back to the contribution of late Jayant Sahasrabuddhe-ji, Jayant happens to be my wife's student. So you can imagine when I got the news how devastated we both were. But Jayant started a movement And the way I explained it to you earlier, he was trying to establish a link between the old science and the new science. The old science is not in loggerheads with the new science. It is not in conflict with the new science. It is complementary and supplementary to the new science. Only when you accept that particular fact, you will find out that the concepts which are there can be easily adopted. Now, the concepts of Vedic mathematics, if you can really master it, the algorithms which can be developed for computer programs can be significantly more efficient in terms of central processing unit time, CPU time. And our own scientists have actually sold these algorithms based on the concepts of Vedic mathematics. Now, Dr. Tambe, Professor B.D. Kulkarni of NCL Pune can be considered as pioneer in those direction, and I am sure many more are there and they continue to work. So Jayanji's contribution in terms of bringing old science and the modern science and the technology on a common platform needs to be promoted, needs to be taken up with a more vigor, and as was suggested by Dr. Ranade and Professor Kulkarni, that we should continue to have such activities, and the activity related to the house of Godrej, and I offer ICT as a venue for that particular activity to be conducted. Godrej family has been a beneficiary, and ICT has been a beneficiary of Godrej family, and we continue to interact. In fact, Professor R.D. Kulkarni's original position, the department in which he worked in the oleochemicals department, was initiated with the involvement of Dr. B.P. Godrej after he came back from Germany with his doctorate. So friends, I would like to thank you all for giving me an opportunity, and Vigyan Bharati and Ministry of Culture, to have some conversation with you. And this particular initiative of unsung heroes of the freedom struggle is an outstanding initiative and needs to be taken further. We need to remind of our history and the way the Swaraj was started by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and realize the fact that we can only have Swaraj only when we have strength to defend it, and then only we can have Swaraj. Similarly, till India becomes an independent in every respect and stop our dependence on import, India cannot be truly independent. So thank you very much and wish you all the very best. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
सर, आभारपूर्वक कृतज्ञता आपल्याविषयी. या तरुण मनांना आपण संध्याकाळच्या वेळेला जसं सांजवाती पेटवतो त्या पद्धतीनं आज हा कार्यक्रम संपता त्यांच्या मनामधल्या संशोधनाच्या आणि नव्या ज्ञानाच्या ज्योती आपण पेटवल्यात. मनापासून आभार. यानंतर या आजच्या दिवसभराच्या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्तानं आपण एक जमशेदजी टाटा यांच्यावरती क्विज घेतलेली होती. त्या क्विजचे जे विनर्स आहेत त्यांचा आपण इथे सन्मान करणार आहोत. मी आदरणीय पंडित सरांना विनंती करणार आहे की आपण त्यांना सन्मानित करूया. प्रथम क्रमांक निहाल पांडे, जमनालाल बजाज इन्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ मॅनेजमेंट स्टडीज. निहाल पांडे उपस्थित आहे. त्याने प्रथम क्रमांक पटकावलेला आहे. 5,000 रुपयांचं पारितोषिक त्याला मिळालेलं आहे. हे पारितोषिक थेट त्याच्या खात्यामध्ये जमा होणार आहे, पण आज आपण निहालचं कौतुक हे पुस्तक अर्पण करून करणार आहोत. कंग्रॅच्युलेशन्स निहाल, अ स्टुडंट ऑफ जमनालाल बजाज इन्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ मॅनेजमेंट स्टडीज. The second prize winner is Akanksha Rajolia, a student of SK College of Science and Commerce, Nerul. Congratulations. She has won a prize of 3,000 rupees. Congratulations, Akanksha. तुझ्या खात्यामध्ये डायरेक्ट पैसे जमा होणार आहेत ना. And third prize winner is Pooja Prashant Chindarkar from Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy, University of Mumbai. She won a prize of rupees 2,000. थँक्यू सो मच. आणि आपण अगदीच शेवटच्या टप्प्यावरती जाऊन पोहोचलो आहोत. आपण सर्वांनी आसनस्थ व्हावं. या ना सर. राजवाडे सरांना इथे आपल्याशी काही संबोधन करायचं आहे. फक्त इथून जाण्यापूर्वी विद्यार्थ्यांनी एक लक्षात घ्या, आपल्या सगळ्यांच्यासाठी संध्याकाळच्या वेळेला जो आवडीचा पदार्थ असतो त्याची व्यवस्था करण्यात आलेली आहे. त्याच्यावर चहा पण घ्या. बट बिफोर यू लिव्ह दिस हॉल, बाहेर एक QR कोड आहे, तो QR कोड स्कॅन करा. सबमिट युअर फीडबॅक्स, यू विल रिसीव्ह युअर सर्टिफिकेट्स of attendance of this national conference. So please.
धन्यवाद. ह्या क्विज कॉम्पिटिशनबद्दल एक गोष्ट सांगणं अतिशय आवश्यक आहे, म्हणून मी इथे मध्ये आलो आहे. मुंबई विद्यापीठाचा एक मोडल म्हणून प्लॅटफॉर्म आहे, LMS लर्निंग मॅनेजमेंट सिस्टीम आहे. त्याच्या मदतीने हे ऑनलाईन क्विज घेतलं गेलं. सगळ्या पार्टिसिपंट्सना काल म्हणजे रविवारी 11 ते 12 एक लिंक गेली. त्या लिंकवर त्यांनी 11 ते 1 ही लिंक उपलब्ध होती. त्याच्यामध्ये हे क्विज घेतलं गेलं आणि अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीने हे क्विज कंडक्ट केलं. आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी 50 मार्कांचं किंवा 50 प्रश्नाचं हे क्विज केलं होतं. नुसतं टाटांच्यावर नाही, सायंटिस्ट आणि जमशेदजी टाटा असे प्रश्न होते. आणि मला अतिशय सांगायला आनंद वाटतो की सगळ्या विद्यार्थ्यांनी ह्याला आम्हाला प्रतिसाद दिला आणि त्याच्यातनं आलेले हे 3 पारितोषिक विजेते आहेत. त्यांचं विज्ञान भारतीतर्फे, मुंबई विद्यापीठातर्फे आणि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चरतर्फे अभिनंदन करतो आणि थांबतो. धन्यवाद.
थँक्यू सो मच. आणि शेवटचाच टप्पा अगदी आभार प्रदर्शनाचा. आजच्या या व्हॅलिडिटी फंक्शनला ICTचे व्हाईस चान्सलर डॉक्टर AB पंडित इथे आवर्जून उपस्थित राहिले. सर, आपली उपस्थिती ही आम्हाला सगळ्यांना अत्यंत आनंददायी आणि ज्ञानदायी होती. आपल्याविषयी मी कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करतो. मुंबई विद्यापीठाचे आमचे कुटुंब प्रमुख प्राध्यापक RD कुलकर्णी सर, आपल्याला धन्यवाद. तुमच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली विद्यापीठाची घोडदौड होतच राहील. कारण एक नक्की आहे की गतवर्षी मुंबई विद्यापीठाला या महाराष्ट्रातल्या सर्व विद्यापीठांमधला सगळ्यात मोठा असा नॅकचं मानांकन असलेला A++ श्रेणीचा सन्मान तर मिळालाच आणि 3.65 असं आमचं गुणांकन होतं. त्याच्यामध्ये सर आपला सहभाग खूप मोठा होता. इथे अरविंद रानडे यांनी आपल्या समवेत काही विचार शेअर केले. रानडे सर, थँक्यू सो मच. कोकण प्रांताचे विभाचे प्रेसिडेंट प्रोफेसर श्रीनिवास सामंत यांनी आपले विचार अभिव्यक्त केले. काही विद्यार्थी इथे आपणहून मी आवाहन केल्यानंतर आले, त्यांनी आपल्या प्रतिक्रिया दिल्या. 2 मुलगे आले. मुली नेहमी पुढे असतात, यावेळेला मुली मागे पडल्या. पुढच्या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये मुली मागे पडणार नाहीत याची दक्षता आज असलेल्या मुलींनी घ्यायची आहे. तुम्हाला सर्वांना मनापासून शुभेच्छा. हेरिटेज वॉकवरती काम करून ज्याने छोटा व्हिडिओ तयार केला तेव्हा सर्व मुलामुलींना धन्यवाद. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर, विभा म्हणजे विज्ञान भारती आणि युनिव्हर्सिटी ऑफ मुंबई या तिघांनी एकत्रित येऊन हा जो सगळा सोहळा आज दिवसभराचा साजरा केला त्याच्याकरता ज्या ज्या मंडळींनी आम्हाला सहकार्य केलं त्या सर्व संस्थांचे पदाधिकाऱ्यांचे आणि त्याच्यामध्ये सहभागी असलेल्या सर्व घटकांचे मनापासून धन्यवाद. टाटानी आम्हाला त्यांची स्वतःची जी हेरिटेज आहे ती लिंक इथे शेअर केली म्हणून त्या सगळ्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद द्यायचे आहेत. आज इथे बाहेर गावाहून आलेले जे आमचे वेगवेगळे सहभागी सगळे पार्टिसिपंट्स आहेत त्यांना धन्यवाद. विद्यार्थ्यांना धन्यवाद. तुम्हाला पाठवणाऱ्या तुमच्या शिक्षकांचे आभार. त्यांच्या समवेत इथे असणाऱ्या शिक्षकांना धन्यवाद. संपूर्ण विज्ञान भारतीच्या टीमचा इथे उल्लेख केला पाहिजे. मुंबई विद्यापीठाच्या प्रशासनामधील आमचे सर्व सिनेट असेल, मॅनेजमेंट काउन्सिल असेल किंवा विद्या परिषद असेल, फायनान्स अकाउंट्स ऑफिसर असतील, आमचे कुलसचिव असतील, प्रकुलगुरू महोदय असतील, या सगळ्यांचा इथे अत्यंत कृतज्ञतापूर्वक ऋणनिर्देश केला पाहिजे. आमचा नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ आणि सिक्युरिटी नेहमीच आवर्जून छान काम करत असतं, म्हणून हे कार्यक्रम ऑर्गनाईज करणं सोपं जातं, समाधानकारक. नेहमीप्रमाणे समाधानची कामगिरी दणदणीत. साऊंड सिस्टीम देणारे आमचे सहकारी कुलकर्णी आणि तुमची सगळी मंडळी, मला तिथे बसलेल्या लोकांची नावं माहिती नाही आहेत, पण ध्वनिमुद्रणाची व्यवस्था कुठेही कोणत्याही प्रकारची शिट्टी न वाजता छान झाली, म्हणून तुमचे मनापासून आभार. आणि जे कोणी ज्ञात अज्ञात आहेत त्या सर्वांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो आणि आदरणीय व्यासपीठाच्या वतीनं घोषित करतो, आजचा हा एकदिवसीय राष्ट्रीय चर्चासत्राचा कार्यक्रम संपलेला आहे. बाहेर जाण्याच्या पूर्वी QR कोड स्कॅन करा, तुमचा फीडबॅक द्या, तो दिल्यानंतर तुम्हाला प्रमाणपत्र मिळेल आणि बाहेर बटाटे वडे वाट बघतायत. चला भेटूया, धन्यवाद.